Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the LaG weekly tournament, sponsored obviously by Team LaG, of whom Sky is part of, who is always very good at setting up these tournaments. That's J Sky Yell, you may know him in game. If you are taking part in the tournament today, please make sure that you have joined the chat channel LaG Gaming. Now that is a channel, not the group, so that's LAG space gaming in game, to make sure that we can find you for your appropriate matches inside of the bracket. And we look forward to seeing you in game in just a few minutes. If you are playing today, make sure that you tell your friends about the stream. So that's twitch.tv/Daelac, that's DAELACH. Get them to tune in and watch, as I may well be casting some of your games, and it's always good fun to see your friends, for your friends to be able to come and see you play, as of course esports is nothing without the community that drives it. Aside from that, all I will say at this point is good luck and have fun. Of course, the grand prize place for tonight's LaG Week Gaming Weekly NA is going to be $20 for first place, $5 for second place. Currently in the check-in phase, so if you are a player in this tournament, please make sure that you do go to the Zeek.com website, find the tournament there, and make sure that you have checked in and are ready and available to play, as the games will be starting in about the next half an hour, which is when check-in phase ends and the brackets will be generated. I will be back with you just then to give you more of an update and give a proper introduction to the stream, but in the interim time, enjoy the music, and looking forward to seeing you in game. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, brackets are due to be finished generating in 13 minutes, so please make sure that if you are playing today in the tournament that you do head over to the Zeek.com website, find the tournament, and make sure that you have checked in, because if the tournament fills up before you check in, then anybody who's late for check-in may not end up being seeded into the brackets. We currently have 90 of 128 players, but only 28 of you have checked in, so I must ask that anybody who is playing, please make sure you go and check in. Aside from that, those of you that are here today to watch your friends, I do take requests during the early part of the tournament to find out which games you would like to see. So if anybody has any particular favourites that they want to follow through a bracket, let me know and I will see what I can do to arrange to have those particular games. A brief rundown of the format. The round of 128 through to the round of 16 are all best of ones, and the quarterfinals and semi-finals are best of threes, and the finals will be best of 5. The prize for the first place today is $20. Second place does get $5. The map pool is pretty much the standard current ladder map pool. The only difference is that Cloud Kingdom has been added on, as has Daybreak. So those maps are all available as well. You can also follow me on Twitter, that is at Daelach, that's D-A-E-L-A-C-H. I often take chat comments and Twitter questions in between games, as long as there's a bit of free time. So I do like to do that, so don't be afraid to say hi in the chat. I do like to talk to the community. After all, esports would be nothing without the community behind it and driving it. So make sure you do say hi in chat. It's always good to see, and it shows a little bit of extra enthusiasm. Aside from that, once the brackets are generated, which will be, as I say, in about 13 minutes, we'll start organising for the first few games, and I'll be getting ready to cast almost straight away. In the interim time, please enjoy some more music, kindly provided by Approaching Nirvana, who are absolutely phenomenal. I suggest you go and check them out on YouTube. That's youtube.com/Approaching Nirvana.
tried and closed the gates, but you just walked in. 'Cause I stand at the bottom of this mountain. Up is the only way that I can go. I've never been down this road before. And the streets are cracked and the sidewalk runs into feel like I'm at the bottom of the ocean, and I'll make sure that I swim up to the surface. I'm moving on from you. It's not time to die. It's true. It's true. Today's a new day to start anew. I can't imagine life without you, but I'll follow through. Now I'm crossing streets I've never been to. No, I'm not too sure I know I'll get through. Before I know it, I'll be up on top of mountain. I know that in the end be fine. I'm moving on from you. It's not time to die. It's true. It's true. Today's a new day to start anew. I can't imagine life without you, but I'll follow through. Every morning I'm walking through, you sit there not fair when you talk about him. He doesn't even know that your world surrounds him. And I know how this is sounding, so I'll smile through a mask and I'll hide behind it. Up in the sky, I can see as the rain runs down your face. You will find that I hear too easy fade. Let it go, drop it on the down low. I don't know what you know, if you know what I know. Let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go. Please don't fight that midnight. In the bleachers we cheered with the crowd. Underneath the wall, scream it out. In the bleachers we cheered with the crowd. Underneath the wall, scream it loud. Don't think that I can't see your tears, 'cause I know you, and I know your fears. Underneath them all to scream it out, that I know you, and I'll catch your tears. Underneath them all to scream it out, as I found you, I'm gonna make it clear, I'm gonna make it clear. Up in the sky, I can see as the rain runs down your face. You will find that I hear too easy.
Just a reminder to anybody currently watching the stream, please make sure that if you are playing tonight in the LaG Gaming Weekly Tournament, that you do actually go to the Zeek website and check in, because if you don't check in, you won't be seeded into the bracket and therefore won't get any games at all. The brackets do support late check-in up to a certain degree depending on the numbers of check-in, but currently we've got 37 players checked in out of 90 people who have signed up, so please do make sure that you go and check in, otherwise you won't be able to play tonight.
Hit the street with the top down. We're heading downtown to the place where we let go, where we don't have to live.
Right, welcome to Daylight Casting, the LaG weekly tournament. The brackets are now up and live on Zeek. I've just posted a link in chat. If you are registered for the tournament, please head over there now and check to see who you are playing against. You can find them in the LaG Gaming channel on StarCraft 2. Make sure that you are logged into the Americas server, and the channel is LaG Space Gaming, and that is a chat channel, not a group. Please try and find your opponent as soon as possible so we can begin working through the brackets. Brackets are actually single elimination. There will be no losers bracket. Once you have lost your bracket round, that is it. You are pretty much out. First prize place, of course, is $20. Second prize place is $5. I'll be casting a series of games throughout the entire thing. Based on the number of players that are available, it looks like the number of brackets is only going to be from round of 64 through to the quarterfinals, and then obviously on to the finals. And we'll be getting ready to get in our first game in pretty much just a second while we're getting set up. I must remind you that if you did not check in on time, late registration may still be about to open, may still be available, as late registration is enabled for the tournament, so you can sometimes get in a place. There are still a number of bracket slots free and available, so make sure that you can try and do that. And good luck, have fun to everybody participating here today. If you want your friends to watch, make sure that you spread the channel around. That's twitch.tv/DAELACH. Follow me on Twitch, follow me on Twitter. I will be giving updates on as we go. And look forward to seeing your games, and best of luck to everybody participating. First game will actually be SGC's Q's versus LaG's very own Glitch in a ZVZ matchup. And as this is still early on in the tournament, this will be a best of one series from the round of 32, both players having gotten a bye from the previous due to people forgetting to check in. But we are pretty much ready to be underway, and I'll be jumping us into that game just as soon as all the players have readied up. So in the interim time, please enjoy some more music. And in fact, even as I say that, this game is already starting now on the map Korhal City between SGC's Q's, a Zerg player, and LaG's Glitch, also a Zerg player here.
Game paused.
And Glitch actually pausing the game straight away, and actually just giving a quick check on the map there, making sure that everything is actually correct. I'll just have to see what this issue is. Looks like it's going to be a bit of a remake here, as the wrong map has been selected. And this game will go back underway in just a second while the map is sorted out. I'll have to excuse the minor clerical error on behalf of the players there who weren't aware that they had actually gotten a bye through the first round, the round of 64, and are actually in the round of 32 to start with, and therefore will be starting on Daybreak for their best of 1 series. Yes, XX Clutch, I am British. So while we're waiting for the players to remake the room, we'll enjoy some more music.
Let's keep it going all night. Grab the board, one more step, make it lose control. I'm not here for questions, wanna know what's your obsession. I'm here to lose control. Let's lose control. I'm here to lose control.
Sorry about that, folks. It looks like there was a little bit of a race issue during setup here, so this match will be underway in a very short amount of time. Don't worry, XX Clutch, I'm pretty certain you weren't calling me a jackass, so I've taken absolutely no offense at that point here. This game will actually just be remade very quickly between LaG and Cures, just a minor issue between those two players, sorting out the actual start of the match there. A lot of players actually been given early buys in this week's LaG Weekly Gaming, as a lot of players have clearly forgotten to register. There was only actually 39 players out of potential 90 signed up, which is a little bit of a shame. However, the first prize place, of course, is $20, so we're looking forward to seeing exactly who's going to go home with that today. And definitely keep an eye out in the future for LaG Weekly Gaming tournaments, as they will, obviously, as the name implies, be a weekly thing. And so you got an opportunity to win a little bit of... get an opportunity to get a little bit more cash just for playing about on a game, so looking forward to it. Yeah, a little bit of a few issues there for the players, a little bit of a few mistakes in this early round of the tournament, so we'll definitely get that sorted out as soon as possible. But first match now on WCS America Daybreak. We have LaG's Glitch versus SGC's Cures, starting in 3, 2, 1 now. Of course, this is going to be on Daybreak, one of my all-time favourite maps from the ladder pool. It's very much a shame that it's gone out in Heart the Swarm Season 3, but it'll be interesting to see how this goes this game. So on the north side of Daybreak we have LaG's Glitch there, and on the south side we have SGC's Cures. Both Zerg players here, both Masters level Zerg as well. Now ZVZ has a tendency to have a very standard matchup pattern, so it's really much becomes down a case of execution and really general micro skill, as a lot of Zerg players like to go for that early Ling Bling attack and then move and transition into Mutalisks towards the late game, and then sometimes obviously getting in the Infestors as well. So a lot of this can really be decided in the early game in Zerg versus Zerg matchups, which can sometimes make for a little bit more of a static gameplay style, but are usually quite interesting once it starts to hit around that mid-game point, as the player with obviously the better macro economy that gets the more units out quicker will start to pull ahead and take a little bit more of a better advantage. And both these players, obviously Masters level Zerg players, they know what they're doing with Zerg, so hopefully we're going to see a little bit of interesting gameplay coming out from both of them, and some excellent micro control, as Zerg are very good for, you need to be pretty good with that micro control, especially for things like Banelings. It wouldn't surprise me though to see both these players start off with a sort of like a 3-hatch opening, so we get that early macro sort of sorted straight away, as early Ling attacks with 4 to 6 Lings aren't all that effective, and already you can see Q is moving down and getting ready to get his first hatchery down there. And actually, surprisingly enough, Glitch actually electing to go for the spawning pool first option here, which is a little bit of a surprise. With the spawning pool first, well, you can get the early Lings, you need to make sure you're putting on the pressure with them, because it does kind of delay your second hatchery by quite a bit while you wait for obviously the minerals to rebuild back up. So he's going to go down and get his hatchery now, moving the drone into position, but that does mean that he's going to be able to get the Lings quicker, but his economy is going to be a little bit slower. But interestingly enough, we've got Q's here actually going for the gas before pool, so we're probably going to see a very rapid tech build here for Q's. Maybe get a little bit of an early Baneling nest and really go for those early Baneling pressure attacks, as he is going to be able to get the gas a lot quicker, which means he's going to have speed faster, he's going to be able to get the Banelings faster, and even Roaches faster, or even really just go for the fast tech into Lair, which is going to give him a little bit of an advantage moving into the mid game if he can get the Spire down first and really start to build up a good count of Mutalisks. So already we're starting to see a little bit of divergence between the two players. Glitch though has now picked up his first extractor and will start mining gas, ready to get that speed underway. It's a little bit surprising he didn't get the extractor a little bit earlier, given the fact he went for the early spawning pool, and fast speed can make a world of difference in those early Ling fights, as of course you can easily get a better surround on your opponent, which can be quite important, especially for the amount of DPS that Lings are able to get out here. But Q's actually getting that metabolic boost straight away, but still no Lings for either player, just focusing on droning up, getting the queens out and kickstarting their macro really, as of course they're going to need to get their natural saturated as quickly as possible to really be effective moving into the mid game, because they want to make sure that they have a very strong income base to start from. And like I say, it wouldn't surprise me to see both these players move and take a third hatchery straight away, though as I suspected, Q's has actually gone straight for a very fast Baneling nest here, so his Banelings are going to be out a lot quicker than Glitch's, and if he can get the Banelings into Glitch's mineral line in pretty quick order, then he is going to be able to do a lot of damage straight away. So from here, it's going to be very interesting to see exactly what these players decide to do with it, though Glitch is getting down a spine crawler here. So we can hopefully see a little bit more, of a defensive play from Glitch coming out already, which is quite interesting, because Qza is taking the initiative here, obviously wants to be on the attack, no static defenses here, and got the early gas, got the slightly earlier Baneling nest, getting that hatchery mutated now, so it's going to be a little bit ahead in all regards, whereas Glitch is just ever so slightly marginally behind here, which can have quite a bit of a difference in that early game. And these Lings for Glitch going to have a bit of a poke around, but already missing the fact that the Speedlings here for Qs are on their way over the map here and getting ready to do some damage. It's actually quite a fearsome little force of Lings here, and even though there's a static defenses there for Glitch, so he does have that spine crawler, these Lings are just going to be able to blitz up straight into the main. They do avoid the first Baneling, but do lose quite a few there, and he may well lose more to that Baneling, but no, excellent micro control there from Q's, and he's going to start absolutely trying to murder those drones. Glitch sending in more Ling reinforcements to try and curtail this as quickly as possible, and Q's just really trying to apply a bit of pressure here and do a little bit of damage to his opponent's economy. These Lings are obviously all going to pretty much be finished off here, though it looks like he is going to be able to escape just a few, and Glitch is not going to give chase to that any further here. But behind this, Q's already working on his Spire. That is going down. right there. So we'll soon start seeing Mutalisks come out. Again, Q is ever so slightly ahead on his build than Glitch is, and this is going to make the world of difference. I mean, Q is, well, they have a very similar gas bank. It's a little bit tricky here because usually the person with the biggest number of Mutalisks wins, especially if the upgrades are all equal, or if the numbers are exactly equal. It comes down to a case of who hits first. Unless, of course, you have a decent number of lings with your Mutalisks that can soak up a little bit of that bounce. Because obviously with the shots that bounce, if you can get them to bounce down to Zerglings, then your Mutalisks will stay alive for a lot longer. Q's, though, expanding out to a third hatchery here, looking to kickstart his economy even further ahead of Glitch's. Glitch still not got that third hatchery down, but he does have the drone on the way over there to make that now. And again, Q's ever just so slightly ahead in his build order timings here than Glitch's. And that's actually a really interesting point because it kind of puts Glitch a little bit on the back foot. It means that Q's is going to be ahead of him in terms of lava all the time. He's going to be ahead of him in terms of resource collection rate all the time. And these little differences can actually stack up quite rapidly in terms of game time. As every second that you're delayed, of course, just is compounded as the game extends for longer and longer periods of time. Glitch, though, moving his static defences down, getting ready to defend the third. A little bit of a ling stream here. 4 Qs coming in. If they can deny that spire from burrowing, that would have been really good. But he is going to actually back away at this point. Not going to be willing to overcommit his lings here. And instead is going to march a couple actually up into the natural or main here. Looking at actually going straight for the main. Getting a little bit of extra scouting information. And trying to do a little bit of damage. I don't think he has actually spotted the spire at this point, though. No, so Q's isn't actually aware that Glitch does actually have the spire already up, though he's got to suspect it as his own spire is pretty much already done, and they now both have Mutalisks on the way. But Q's is already getting out more Mutalisks than Glitch is, than Glitch can support. And that is really quite a big thing, because of course, when it comes to these early, the mid-game Muta versus Muta fights here, it's going to be a lot better for Q's because he's going to have far more of the Mutalisks, and he does actually manage to supply block Glitch by taking out one of those Overlords, and that is pretty big. I mean, Glitch should have had way more Overlords out than this by now, ready just in case something like that happens. If you're using your Overlords to scout, it's very important to make sure that you keep enough Overlords available to keep yourself supplied. And these Mutalisks are now going to come in here, snipe out that Queen, and get a little bit of damage off on this mineral line before the Spore it does actually get up. Of course, in the most recent patch, Spores have been buffed against Bio, which means they do a lot more damages now to Mutalisks, which makes it very dangerous to assault bases and mineral lines as Mutalisks if there are Spores there. And Glitch actually looking to make something happen here, it would look like, sending out this big force of lings here, and that is quite a number of lings, but Hughes is going to spot that with those mutas and be able to pick those off fairly rapidly. Both players, though, working on those air upgrades for the armor there, trying to make their Mutalisks a little bit longer lasting in fights. And it's interesting to note that they're both going for exactly the same upgrade path every single time. Both choosing the exact same upgrade to go for, and really just playing massively into that ZVZ metagame, which gets a lot more interesting as the games progress, but at this early stage there's going to be a lot of poking around between the sets of units, and if Glitch can do a lot of damage to these lings right now, it will put him quite a little bit ahead here, and it looks like there is going to be a little bit of an engagement here between these two groups of Mutalisks, dancing around one another ever so slightly here, not quite certain whether or not they want to engage. In fact, Q's could use this as an opportunity to pick off the static defences at the front of Glitch's base to be able to get his ground units in, or even pick off the tech buildings like the Baneling Nest. But Glitch definitely doesn't want to be in a position right now where he's fighting for Muta versus Muta, as it looks like Q's there has got way more Mutas down the field, 27 to 20, which is a pretty steep gap in terms of Muta production here, which means that Q's definitely has the advantage when it comes to the fights. And these Mutas for Q's actually just rolling around the map, just constantly applying pressure and harassing, while Q's is actually starting to build up a decent force of lings of his own at the front here. And we'll eventually start getting ready to move into different tech paths, but for now just adding on even more Mutalisks and getting those all the ever so important attack upgrades there now that he's got the armor upgrades. And once again, ducking into the main here of Glitch, looking to do a little bit of harassment here, and actually we're going to get the first Muta versus Muta trade-off here, and this is definitely going in Q's favour, losing so many Mutalisks in that attack there, and even more on the way down now, especially as Q's has his own reinforcing Mutas on the way in as well. So Q's definitely miles ahead at this point. I mean, 160 supply to 125, that is not where you want to be in a ZVZ matchup. Glitch is lagging behind here, and he really needs to kind of like step up the game at this point, because this is a best of one. He can't afford to let himself be knocked out simply because he wasn't producing enough or wasn't expanding quickly enough to keep up with what he needs to produce. But so far a very one-sided game in Q's favour. He is taking a really big edge here, and once again another little Muta versus Muta trade-off, and again Q's coming out ever so slightly better than his opponent, and actually using this as an opportunity to expand behind this, and not only sniping a queen, but will be taking that 4th base as well. So really just keeping his economy so far ahead of Glitch's right now, and he's almost maxed out as well, 182 supply to 135. This is like huge amounts of supply difference right now. I mean, we're talking a full 40 supply difference right there, and again, another nice big Muta versus Muta trade. Those Overlords soaking up a few of the bounces there, keeping Q's Mutas alive just that little bit extra amount of time there. And already, Q's really just displaying his dominance in ZVZ. This is clearly a good matchup for Q's, and well versed, well practiced in it, because he is just all over Glitch right now, doing so much damage. And now that all the Lings are there to soak extra damage from those Mutalist bounces, it's going to get even more horrendous, as Q's Mutalisks are simply so great in number that they are causing those Lings to pretty much explode straight away. And now going to snipe the Spire, so that's going to be no more Mutalisks for Glitch until he's able to remake that, and that is not how a Glitch really wants right now. That lack of Mutalisk production is going to really hamper him, and he needs to throw down that Spire again as soon as possible. But already so far behind, he's got to make something happen with the Lings he's got that are moving across the map. But these Mutalisks are so fast that they're just going to simply be able to get on those Lings very quickly and then swing over and mop up that Mutalisk ball. He is going to lose this 4th hatchery though, but that doesn't really matter at this point. He's so far ahead in terms of production supply that he can really afford to lose that. And this Mutalisk pack here for Glitch is being absolutely shredded by Q's Mutalisks, and as soon as that goes down, it's pretty much going to be a game over at this point, as there you go, the GGs have been thrown down. Q's takes game 1 away from Glitch and advances on into the next bracket. Well played to both these players, so that was a very good ZVZ matchup, absolutely true to the meta, and very pretty cool to watch there. Q's showing absolute perfection in his ZVZ play. Anyway, we'll just go back to some music while we sort out and arrange the next game.
Under the water I go, beneath the surface time slows. It's not the answer to the words that I have kept inside, just the direction that I've chose. It's not the answer to the words that I have kept inside, just the direction that I've chose. inside, just the direction that I've chose. It's not the answer to the words that I have kept inside, just the direction that I've chose.
And this is going to be a wonderful treat here. I'm going to be bringing you a cast of LaG's Jet versus Clarity Gaming's very own Shuttle. Wow. Looking forward to casting that one in particular. I mean, Shuttle, such a strong Terran player, and this is actually going to be a TVT matchup here on Newkirk Precinct. And should be a fairly good showing all the way through this. This is actually the round of 16 as well, so this is another best of one. So Shuttle versus Jet. And I'm expecting some really good play from this matchup. Of course, with Shuttle in there, who wouldn't be expecting really good play? But we're just going to be jumping into the game now, which is going to be on ESL's Newkirk Precinct. Overall, a very interesting map for Terran versus Terran, as the potential for drop play is simply phenomenal with all the dead airspace right in the middle of the map. So we'll definitely have to see exactly how this is going to go for both of these players, and whether or not Jet will be able to snag a win from the famous Shuttle. So, jumping straight into the game in red, Clarity Gaming's Shuttle. And on the other side of the map, on the right hand side, in purple, we have LaG's Jet. TVT, man. I often find that TVT becomes a little bit of a case of pushing in with siege tanks. He who has the most siege tanks has a tendency to win. So it depends on how these players will really want to go. I mean, obviously the Marine tank builds with air control with Vikings are often very powerful, very big, and make for those really strong mid-game pushes. But we might try and see something a little bit interesting here. I mean, Reaper openings with 13 gas are still quite strong in TVT. Often they can get a little bit of harass off and maybe even snipe a few workers here and there, which makes for a little bit of a good early gameplay, getting that economic damage off on your opponent, force him to maybe even lose some Marines if he mis-micros them. So it'll be interesting to see what both these players decide to do. I mean, I for one personally favour drop play in TVT. I like to go for the more bio-style drop play, and Newkirk Precinct really is built for it. I mean, there's this huge airspace in the middle here that really just screams drop play straight away. But both players going for a pretty typical barracks at 12, and Shuttle actually getting a 12 gas as well. So it looks like he's going for an early gas build here, which may indicate that he wants to go for that kind of a Reaper opening, or whether he'll want to try something a little bit different, like maybe getting the fast reactor into a even faster factory, or perhaps even just a fast tech lab. Though it looks like Jet may be able to get over and scout this. He does have the scouting SCV on the way there, and it looks like Shuttle is not going to get down a second supply depot to deny that scout, though his barracks is going to finish up pretty much just as that scout arrives. Shuttle himself not actually sending out a scout yet, and with anything like Stricklock, actually he might just be able to deny this. Instead, no, moving down and scouting with that SCV and bringing it back the second he sees the SCV going into his base. Orbital command started for both players, and Shuttle is actually going straight for that Reaper opening right away, adding on the second barracks as well. So we are going to see a lot of early game Reaper harass here from Shuttle. That's definitely going to be his goal here, is to try and get that Reaper into the base, scout with the Reaper, get the extra information out. Though Jet does have the Marine there now, and there are only a few places on Newkirk Precinct where Reapers can jump in, primarily here and along here, so 4 or 5 Marines can cover this space really well and make sure that none of those pesky Reapers are able to get in. But it really is down to Jet to really make sure that his Marines are positioned in a really good way to help make sure that those Reapers don't get in. But he has actually gone for the 2 Marines straight away and going straight for the factory. He does have another Marine on the way though, And Shuttle is now sending out that first Reaper. He does have two more on the way that will be joining up with this one, and it'll be interesting to see exactly what he can do. I mean, Shuttle, of course, Grandmaster Terran player, and is really quite known for having strong micro and macro skills. So we'll probably be able to see him pull off a fair amount of damage actually with this Reaper, which would be pretty cool to see, especially seeing as Jet's Marines aren't really in the right place. He is moving them around, and Shuttle's Reaper that it does actually take quite a little bit of damage, but he does get it up into the base. He really needs to let that regenerate some HP though, as that does go down. Jet being able to execute a nice defense there against that early Reaper harass, but Reaper 2 already on the way in now, and going to be trying to get into that base to get that scouting information. Jet really preparing for this. Behind this though, Shuttle expanding down, taking his natural, going to be adding on a bunker at the front for that defense, and only just, still placing actually a third barracks, no factory on the way yet, which is a very interesting choice. So Shuttle's definitely looking to go for a more bio-style play here, with 3 racks already and no factory. He's definitely not looking to get those fast siege tanks, but it looks like Jet is actually going to be swapping over his factory and starport, it might look like, with that reactor. But he is going to wait until that first medevac is out, and then I imagine he's going to tech lab this particular factory. Though he could actually go for some Widow Mine play here, which would be interesting, but no, he is actually electing instead to go for Hellion, so we may even see a tech into Hellbat tank, which is really quite strong now in Terran Bat matchups. Instead of using the Marines for the bio portion of Biotank, you can now go Hellbats for the bio portion of Biotank, as they absolutely decimate Marines. And Jet here got his first medevac out on the field, got 2 Hellions out, and is actually adding on a tech lab to his starport. So we could be seeing Raven here. Alright, even a little bit of a Banshee play, fast Banshee, and it is going to be a Banshee, and we do have the drop bill. Shuttle executes a perfect scan there, sees the tech lab, is going to recognise that it is going to be researching Cloak, and it's going to be a Banshee, and we'll soon see the engineering bay already on the way up, so we'll have turrets up inside his base in absolutely no time flat. But Jet is going to go and try and execute a drop here. He's got the 2 Hellions, he's got 4 Marines here, but Shuttle already moving units into position to try and catch that drop, and Jet here forced to pull back and duck away for just a few moments. Turrets now going up for Shuttle inside his base, reading that Banshee attack on the way from Jet absolutely perfectly, and really preparing for it. But Jet still actually electing to do it. I mean, it was scanned. He's got to know that this isn't going to be the best idea in the world. I mean, Banshees are still useful late game for picking off siege tanks, but Shuttle is definitely going for a slightly more bio-style play. But Jet does get the drop off inside the base. Shuttle forced to pull all his SCVs there, but does manage to mitigate a lot of that damage and do a bit of damage back to that medevac. And the SCVs already moving to avoid the damage there from that 1 Hellion that is still around. And he does manage to snipe the medevac, killing the majority of the units inside there. Only 1 Hellion left on the field, and that will be cleaned up in short order. Shuttle there displaying absolutely brilliant control and microing that situation just perfectly. His Stim, of course, now finishing up, so his Marines will just be getting quite a bit more powerful. And the first Banshee actually on the way over now for Jet, and I'm curious to see exactly how much damage he's going to be able to get done with this. With the turrets already up inside of Shuttle's base, I don't really think that this is the best move for Jet at this point. I mean, these Banshees are going to be pretty easy to deal with. I mean, they can't do the mineral line harass. Shuttle has a lot of Marines ready to deal with it, and one quick scan with that number of Marines is going to pretty much toast a Banshee in 20 seconds flat. Though of course he's just got to wait for that orbital energy right there, because at the moment he doesn't actually have enough energy yet to scan. He does throw down the scan there, no, but that Banshee is just far enough back. Jet actually displaying some fantastic micro control here, and being able to position that Banshee just out of range of the Marines, but still inside of its own range to really just snipe them out. And that is just phenomenally well played here. But Shuttle will soon have enough energy again, actually moving his Marines down and around, looking like he actually wants to push out and have a little bit of an attack with this. But Jet is going to be able to pick off that reactor, and that is a little bit of a victory here, and he's now going to be able to poke at that barracks quite effectively. And behind this, he is coming in with Marines and siege tanks. But it looks like Shuttle going to be able to catch this, maybe a little bit out of position before those siege tanks get a chance to siege up with his Marauders there. And if he can get on those siege tanks before they siege, then his Marines are going to be brilliant. Oh, Jet actually sieging at the wrong time there and losing both those siege tanks. But these Banshees are really going to town inside of Shuttle's base, but his Marines come in and will clean that up very quickly while his attack starts to press in the front door of Jet. And he does have one siege tank on the high ground though, but Jack calls the GG, and that is game to Clarity Gaming's shuttle. Absolutely brilliant play. Anyway, we're just going to go back to some music and we'll be with you soon for the next game. And the next game is ready here, Newkirk Precinct, another best of one between SGC's Q's, who we've already seen, the Zerg player here, versus OG's Cold Flame, and we will be jumping into that game literally the second that it is available to watch here, and expecting some very interesting things from both these master level players in this particular matchup. So here we are on Newkirk Precinct. In yellow, our Protoss player, OG Cold Flame, versus in red, SGC's Q's, our Zerg. Of course, Q's already showing he has absolutely fantastic control in a ZVZ environment, but it'll be interesting to see how he stacks up in this ZVP environment, as of course that is a slightly different beast. I mean, as Cold Flame starts to get things like Archons out on the field and starts to get the Colossus, he needs to be very careful with those Zerg units that are much lighter and a lot more susceptible to being taken out by things like Colossi. But also at the same time, Cold Flame does need to be very careful about his early game, and a lot of strong roach pressure in the early game can cause a lot of problems for most Protoss players. So it's going to be very interesting to see exactly how Q's reacts to this, especially after the really strong showing he had in his first matchup, which was the ZVZ. But at the same time, it's also going to be interesting to see exactly what Cold Flame decides to go for. I mean, this is a good opportunity for anybody who watches, who plays Terran or Protoss or Zerg, to really take something away from these matches and see what works in what environments. And both these players, their builds will actually be interesting to see exactly what they want to do. And it looks like Cold Flame here actually wants to wall in his first ramp here, actually throwing down the gateway first. And maybe perhaps preparing for a gateway expansion against Zerg here, rather than the usual meta, which would be a Forge fast expansion, and he is getting a fast gas behind this. So we're probably going to see a quick mothership core, which is usually more than enough to get rid of those early zerglings that you do see. Kyr's, of course, going for a hatchery first, and in any second now we will probably see the spawning pool coming up. Actually taking his spawning pool a little bit later than usual. Instead of a 14 hatch 15 pool, he will in fact be going for a what looks like a 16 pool. And there it is just now. So already he's really going to be focusing on his economy here, getting out that first hatchery before the pool there. He's going to want to drone up, really saturate that as quickly as possible, and then start to work from there, maybe even taking a third base before he goes anywhere else. Cold Flame actually taking a cybernetics core straight away as well, walling in with that, get one zealot in the gap just there, which will be enough to defend on the high ground here. But depending on which unit he decides to pull from his cybernetics core could really tell a lot about what kind of build he wants to go for. Of course, the likelihood is it's going to be the sentry because the force field is going to be so useful, in which case it would definitely indicate that he wants to play a little bit more of a sort of like a turtley style game and really take his time and be very careful about his expansions and maybe go for a more tech oriented build, as the early sentries are really conducive as they're fairly cheap in terms of gas. I mean, they only cost, well, sorry, they are a little bit expensive in terms of gas there, with 100 gas there, but they are so important for those high-tech units, for being able to keep them alive. I mean, being able to separate out with force fields for Colossi is so important because you can push Hydralisks back while leaving the Roaches at the front for the Colossi to tear them apart. So it's going to be quite important here. But he does get the Stalker out first, and he is going to try and snipe that Overlord straight away. And if he does, I think he will actually supply block Kyr's at this point, who's only just got another Overlord out on the field. So as he does his next round of drones, he may find himself in a little bit of a situation where he's going to have to wait till his next Overlord comes out before he's able to do anything else. Yeah, there we go, 27 over 28 supply there. But he is actually taking a third hatchery, playing a very greedy sort of build here. I mean, Cold Flame, if he'd elected to go for something more like a 4-gate, could have been able to inflict quite a lot of damage on this, as there are almost no defensive units out for Kyr's at this point in time. He has like no links at all. He has only the couple of queens that he's got. He does have speed on the way, which of course he's going to need for those links, and it's pretty much a standard upgrade. But without having any units at all at the moment, a 4-gate could really do a lot of damage. But Cold Flame, playing safe himself, walling in at his natural. There is the forge now, and of course he'll be getting out the extra gateways and the photon cannon soon to help make that as secure as possible. But Kyr's definitely playing for that macro game here. Getting that third hatch a lot quicker than you might normally see means that he is basically saying, I want this game to go on for a long time. I want to get to the late game with this, because, or mid to late game, because once I get my economy up, I am pretty much just going to be able to overwhelm you constantly with wave after wave of units, and you're not going to be able to do anything about it. Cold Flame, though, is actually going for those early upgrades. He's got the Forge out, and he's almost pretty much immediately started +1 there, which is a fairly good choice. It does make those Zealots a little bit more powerful in that early combat, as well as helping to give those Stalkers a little bit extra damage. And Lings are going to have a little bit of a poke in at the front here as speed finishes up, but they are going to be forced to retreat straight away thanks to the Stalker that's already there and the cannon. But there is actually a proxy pylon from Cold Flame set up here, so this is interesting. Cold Flame looking to go for a little bit of hijinks here, and he does actually have the Mothership Core assaulting that third base and getting that scout off straight away. But a little bit of a warp in, a couple of Zealots here, so these are going to be able to go in and do a little bit of damage and harassment, whereas Kyr's is pretty much going to have to sit outside the front of Cold Flame's base right now, as he's not going to be able to get in with such a small force of Lings with the cannon there. Meanwhile, Cold Flame is just free to simply keep on warping in Zealots, and once he hits 5 or 6, he will go and try and do some damage with them. Though he might actually like to wait a little bit longer, and we do see the Mothership Core moving around, just trying to inflict a little bit of damage, and really just having a bit of a poke and seeing exactly what it is that Kyr's is up to. But now that those Lings have found those Zealots, Cold Flame is pretty much forced to make his move here. He gets the next warping round and is going to go immediately towards that third base. Kyr's bringing his Lings back the second that he saw that pylon. He knows that he can't afford to lose that third base, and he is actually going to go for the pylon first rather than hunting down the Zealots. Smart plan, because it does mean that the reinforcements won't be able to join them, and the hatcheries do have quite a lot of HP, and that has actually supply blocked Cold Flame quite badly there. So Cold Flame is going to have to throw down a couple more reactionary pylons very quickly. But the Roach Warren just finishing up, I believe, for Kyr's, and the Twilight Council now on the way for Cold Flame, so he's going to be looking to get probably Zealot charge in this matchup, and has cleaned up those Lings with phenomenal ease here, and is going to be able to simply start tearing down this hatchery. And that is quite big here, but Kuz is getting his first roaches out now. The Zealots are looking to get that queen kill, and they do get it. And instead of actually trying to snipe the hatchery, he's going to keep on pressing his attack here. And actually, instead of opting for Zealot charge, he's going for Blink. Now, this is a really odd choice. I mean, he's already got the Zealots on the field. He doesn't have that many Stalkers on the field. I don't see how Blink is going to help him as much here, unless he wants to tech rapidly into Stalkers. But now that he's seen the roaches, he's got to know that's not a good idea. I mean, even with Blink, Stalkers are very susceptible to roaches, and Kuz has now lost that third base, of course, so he's not going to be able to get the mineral income there, and he's going to lose out on the lava that are there as well, so it's going to put him a little bit back here, and he's going to have to turtle a little bit. He does try and have a little bit of a poke at the front door with those Lings, but the Stalkers here doing a great job of cleaning that up, the force fields as well, and with the new proxy pylon here, more warpins can just occur, and more Zealots can just be added on. So the choice of going Blink instead of Zealot charge seems a little bit weird to me, but Cold Flame will clearly have his reasons for doing so. It's just at this point in time I really cannot see them, as it would just make more sense to be able to let these Zealots engage a lot quicker, especially as Zealots are so good against roaches if they can get up close and personal. The last thing he wants to do is let these roaches be able to kite his Zealots all over the map. Kuz looking to try and expand down here as well, instead now getting this third base in that secure location. He knows he can't go in by those two pylons, as more Zealots will simply warp in, and he is going to force that little Zealot army to back away for now. A good number of Lings though, and we may actually see an interesting pincer attack, but no, he does actually elect to use the mass recall function there on the mothership core and bring those back safely, recognizing the potential for the pincer attack, and simply playing very smartly here. Cold Flame making a really good showing in this matchup, and it's now going to start looking like he wants to push across the map. He's got a decent count of sentries, a lot of which have more than enough energy for several force fields. And his Zealots are all there. He's got good upgrades on them. I mean, he's already got the two weapons upgrade, which works for the Stalkers as well. Meanwhile, these Roaches are only on +1 weapons, so they're going to be a little bit behind in terms of the upgrade war. And he is going to use this actually as an opportunity to safely expand down here to the third, getting those cannons up very quickly. And he's going to be able to wall in, almost essentially wall in the space, and force Kuz to come round on this side instead, which is going to present a little bit more of a challenge. It means his units have got a bit further to go, and that's not necessarily what Kuz would perhaps want. He wants the really close rush distance with these Zerg units. Kuz though got a very nice force of roaches here. That is a lot of roaches. Cold Flame though adding on the Templar Archives there, so we'll start seeing some High Templar soon. Archons and Storm going to be very good against certainly the Zerglings, and if he can lay some good Storms on these Roaches, they could do a lot of damage. But oh my god, Kuz actually has the Tunneling Claws for the Roaches with the Burrow, and there isn't an Observer here for Cold Flame. He's going to have no idea this is going on. Kuz is going to literally move his army underneath there. No, wait, there must be cannons revealing that absolutely perfectly here for Cold Flame. That was almost such a dangerous position. Great force fields going on, separating out those Roaches. But that Roach army is just so big that it's just absolutely crushing through, despite having been separated, and it's done so much damage. Kuz down to 103 supply though, but Cold Flame down to 109. And there is the Observer there with the army, so these Roaches are going to be hunted down. They do regenerate faster while they are underground, but they have to know that the jig is up, and they are simply going to make the break for it right there. Cold Flame actually trying to hunt them down. That's a very aggressive blink forwards there, catching a few of them off guard and really whittling down Kuz's supply. Absolutely great play there by Cold Flame, simply force fielding absolutely perfectly in this area to separate that Roach army, doing so much damage, and with those aggressive blinks as well. Kuz definitely a little bit on the back foot now. A 98 supply to 130 for Cold Flame is not particularly where you want to be, and once Cold Flame gets that Storm, gets the Archons and the High Templars out, Kuz is going to find himself hard pressed to go much further with this. And again, a nice little set of force fields. Could have been a little bit better there, only really locking out a couple of those Roaches, but definitely preventing the escape. And then with the aggressive blink forward, those are going to be mopped up very quickly. Kuz actually now at 85 supply to 132. And Coldflame really going to press his advantage here. If he can snipe this third base, then Kuz is pretty much going to be done for at this point. Unless, in the process of sniping this, Coldflame loses so many units. But there simply are not enough forces here for Kuz. And once again, another brilliant aggressive blink forward, takes out another couple of roaches there. The queen is gone as well, and force fielding there to stop those roaches from being able to run away, and the hatchery is going to go down. Coldflame now 150 supply to 82. That's just ridiculous. He is so far ahead, playing this absolutely perfectly every step of the way, and being able to snipe those roaches even underground. He has got the observer there, of course, and he's going to be able to get the Hydralis down as well, so no Hydras are going to back this up, and Kuz at this stage is pretty much out of the game. Coldflame so far ahead right now, and there goes the GG. Kuz very well played there, doing so well in that first match, ZVZ, but losing out to Coldflame in this ZVP. Man, absolutely great play by Coldflame. Looking forward to seeing him advance further on into the bracket, but in the interim time, we're just going to go back to some more music, and we'll see you for the next game very soon.
I see you. The world slows and I can't concentrate. I notice the room's just a bit brighter with you here. I know you to take the road less traveled. Now you're set to leave me like I'm on the end of my last breath, like I'm on the end of my last. In your eyes, I seem to get lost in them forever. In your arms, in your arms, I feel the warm embrace. Remember the limelight, it's your light. It seems to shine on you forever. In your eyes, we made it now and on forever. In my sky, it's raining. The clouds high, and they're straining. But you're the one that I can't find. Sitting underneath my mind, I won't lie. Awake here, just thinking much longer. I know that when you come home, the tide will wash me away. In your eyes, I seem to get lost in them forever. In your arms, I feel the warm embrace. Remember the limelight, it's your light. It seems to shine on you forever. In your eyes,
Okay, jumping into the next game here. This is the first of our best of 3 series. We're talking Zmelli versus OG's Cold Flame in a PvP matchup. First map is going to be Aquilon Wastes here for these two players. Now, we've literally just seen Cold Flame in the previous game, ZVP absolutely hammering down on his opponent, and here he is in yellow on the top side of Aquilon Wastes. And his opponent Zmelli in red, Protoss, on the bottom side of Aquilon Wastes as down here. So already we've seen OG Cold Flame play in that PvZ, absolutely crushing through his opponent in very short time flat, and showing a lot of skill. So it'll be interesting to see whether or not he is capable of pulling the same off now against Zmelli as he was in the last game, which is going to be pretty big in this particular one, because of course this is a best of 3 series, and some of the caliber opponents in this particular matchup are pretty phenomenal. I mean, of course, Clarity Gaming's Shuttle is going to be an opponent for definite further down the bracket. Cold Flame here actually admitting that it would be nice to play against Shuttle, as he is going to be trying out for Clarity Gaming, and Zmelli there wishing him all the best with that. But PvP is a very bizarre matchup sort of style. I mean, it very much comes down to sort of like build order wins. I mean, you take a gamble on a particular build order, but if your opponent counters it because their build order is the one that counters that one, then you can get in a lot of trouble, unless both of you are going for the exact same order, in which case it can come down a lot towards early game positioning and placement, and that is really hard to judge. I mean, it can have such an impact if your army is even the slightest little bit out of position when your opponent's isn't. But both these players, we've got Zmelli here already taking both of his gas, Cold Flame only starting with one, instantly saturating it though, and probably going to be getting a fast Mothership core before adding on his second gas. Zmelli electing to go for the double gas opening very quickly, suggests that he wants to go tech. I mean, he's got his gateway down now, we'll see the cybernetics core, and then it's going to be a case of what does he want to do after that. Will he go for the robotics bay, will he go for the Stargate, or will he actually try and expand after getting out maybe a Zealot and a Stalker? Though of course, one Stalker, one Zealot, Mothership core pressure can do a lot of damage in the early game if it's not handled well. But in PvP matchups, it's a little bit more of a risky fish, as your opponent you're attacking, if they have a Mothership core as well, then of course they're going to have the ability to likely photon overcharge their Nexus, which renders your early push really quite useless. Cold Flame though, getting a nice scout off inside his opponent's base, does see the gateway at the back there. Very unusual location for a gateway, maybe just trying to block his probe from getting around here. So he's got a nice location here to place tech later on, forcing it to go the long way around slightly. And Zmelli getting a scout off as well, also stealing a few minerals, a little bit of mineral line harassment. But you can already see the deviation in both these players' builds, which is interesting to note. Obviously, we've got the Nexus of Zmelli here already getting out that the Mothership core there, but Cold Flame not doing the same, not electing to go for the Mothership core really quickly. He does have the second gateway as well, just like Zmelli does, but his gas has not gone into that Mothership core, so he's clearly saving it for something, or simply it's because at this point in time he was just ever so slightly supply block there and couldn't actually get it out. But it's looking like he really wants to save that gas and go into some kind of tech, and in fact he is actually adding on another gateway. Zmelli though, going straight for the kill and getting that Stargate, so we'll probably see some Phoenixes come out early game, then a follow-up into Void Rays, but I would like to see it be Oracle first and try and get that mineral line harassment off, but unfortunately not many Protoss players have been using Oracles in PvP matchups, though Phoenixes do seem to be doing quite a lot of legwork at the moment, having seen a few earlier on today on the EU server for a tournament over there. It's been interesting to see just how many Protosses are opening up with the fast Stargate and getting Phoenixes out against other Protoss. But it is actually going to be a Void Ray. So Zmelli looking like he's going to want to get like 4 or 5 Void Rays here and then really try and do some damage. Meantime though, Cold Flame actually pushing across the map. He's got 3 Stalkers here and does have the proxy on that high ground, and has actually set up a proxy at the natural here of Zmelli. Zmelli's going to be in a little bit of trouble, but if he can get that first Void Ray out, he could be able to hold this with no problem at all, as of course at the moment he only has the one Zealot, the Sentry and the Mothership core. He needs to force field the bottom of that ramp, but he doesn't force field the bottom, he actually force fielded in the Stalkers. They're going to be able to run straight up. But Photon Overcharge does go off on the Nexus. He is able to snipe the Mothership core though, but that Void Ray is now out, but there are now 5 Stalkers here, and that is more than enough to take care of that Void Ray. And Cold Flame going to be able to do a lot of damage with this push now. Smelly really needs to get some extra units out, and now that he's just been supply blocked by that, he's going to find it very difficult. But he is going to have to pretty much wait until this Photon Overcharge does run out. But he is kind of moving around, trying to stay out of range of that, and simply just pick off these pylons, keeping Smelly so badly supply blocked right now that it's going to be very difficult for Smelly to be able to even recover from this. He does have the first Void Ray out though, and a second Void Ray has just finished, but Smelly is in a really tricky situation here, and Cold Flame is simply going to be able to pick apart this base really easily at this point. In fact, this is beginning to look pretty much like game straight away, taking out first one Void Ray and then the second. And there is no recovery here for Smelly. Cold Flame taking the first game with an absolutely decisive Stalker all in there with perfect play. We're just going to take a quick break, and then we'll be back for the second game in just a second. Looks like I've actually got a little bit of an issue here with the sound on that, so in this game, whoops, my bad there, Cold Flame in yellow here on the bottom side of Cloud Kingdom, and Smelly in blue on the top side here. Both players having an absolutely great showing so far in this series. Smelly, of course, being able to get at least through this far to the this particular round, which is going to be a best of 3. Cold Flame, though, showing how absolutely dominating he can be in PvZ and then again in PvP, executing an absolutely great Stalker all-in against Smelly in that last game. Smelly, of course, needs to win this, otherwise he will be dropped out of the tournament at this point. This is, of course, the quarterfinals here. Cold Flame versus Smelly for this best of 3 before moving into the next round for the winner. Smelly taking double gas here straight away, and looks like again he might want to go for a bit more of a tech build. He's going very gas heavy straight away, but by the same token Cold Flame is also adding on his second gas. His is a little bit later though, so maybe a little bit more of a delayed build here on his potential tech, but he is going to go and get that scout inside of Smelly's base as soon as possible. And I'm wondering if Smelly is thinking he'd like to try and get the same kind of Void Ray attack quicker in this game and go again for that fast Stargate, but in fact he is actually getting the second Stargate this time, perhaps recognizing that without knowing exactly what his opponent is going to be doing, not having the second gateway and having the extra units is going to cause him a little bit of issues, and he does now have his first Stalker on the way here. Cold Flame, though, going to be able to finally drive that scout for Smelly out of his base, and has also added on his own second gateway here, so we may see a little bit of a repeat of the first game, where it can really come down to a case of who executes better. And of course, in that previous game, Cold Flame's build order was just a little bit better than Smelly's by going for that kind of Stalker all-in very early on before too many Void Rays were out. So Smelly caught a little bit off guard there. And we actually see a Twilight Council here coming down for Smelly. That's actually a really interesting choice in this matchup. He might actually be going for Blink Stalkers of his own in this game, getting ready to maybe execute a Blink Stalker all-in, in which case it could be turned into a very strange matchup very quickly. Cold Flame, though, actually getting his own Stargate, and with the way it's rallied, it's looking like he's going to be building oracles out of that literally the second that it pops up. So I'm finally going to get to see my Oracle play in PvP, which I've been dying to see for a long time. Both these players, though, is getting steady on their macro here, actually stopping at 16 workers for Cold Flame. He is looking like he wants to do a one-base all-in, and it appears to be the same for Smelly, actually. He only has the 15 workers mining minerals here, so they've actually both stopped at the ideal number. They're not still building the probes there, which means that they're not looking to expand anytime soon. Though, word of a lie here, Smelly actually bringing the probe down, and it looks like he is going to throw down a natural expansion in a very short time, but it may be caught out here by Cold Flame scouting it. But no, he is able to shut down that scout very quickly, and there goes the natural now. And at this point he will start, or should start at least, probing back up on his main to make sure he has enough probes to be able to transfer some down straight away. And of course, Blink now well underway for Smelly. It definitely looks like he wants to do some kind of Blink Stalker all-in. Cold Flame, though, has a nice proxy pylon in location here, and his first Oracle is now out and moving across the map. Smelly, though, actually following up on his Blink Stalkers by getting the robotics base, so maybe looking to get the Observers out, so you can get the high ground leap, or maybe going for the Immortals or even Colossus build, which would be quite good against any ground units that Cold Flame decides to bring out. But at the moment, Cold Flame actually investing quite heavily into his air tech, getting the Void Ray on the way there, and not really many other units available for him. But as this Oracle is getting closer, it is going to scout that the expansion has been put down and then head straight towards that mineral line where it has the potential now to do a lot of damage. There are no units here to defend for Smelly. He's trying to warp some in, but that Oracle is going to try and do a little bit of damage, but they are paper thin. It has gotten a few probe kills there though, and that is going to delay the economy of Smelly a little bit. Going to reduce the amount of probes that he can pull down to that natural. And Cold Flame actually setting up a follow-up here, getting ready to move across the map, though his Void Ray has now been scouted by that probe. So Smelly's going to be in a position where he's going to be able to get ready for this attack. He's going to be able to warp in a few extra units here, some extra Stalkers, and with Blink finished now for Smelly, he's going to be able to pretty much blink directly under that Void Ray and simply pull it out the sky immediately. And that's going to make a huge difference here in this fight, because without the Void Ray to really deal damage to these Stalkers, there aren't enough units here for Cold Flame to really take that force. I mean, he has the 2 sentries, obviously, with Guardian Shield, and he has a decent number of Zealots, but Blinkstalkers can kite those back for such a long time. And actually, Cold Flame here electing to retreat ever so slightly here. And we're looking like he actually wants to send the Oracle back in for a little bit more of a poke. And looks like he's going to be able to pick up a few more probe kills. And look at the way it is absolutely shredding them, doing so much damage to the economy here. But that Oracle is not going to escape this time. If those units blink forward, they will actually take it out. But no, Zmelli electing not to blink and kill that Oracle. Instead, just accepting that little bit of damage and letting it get away, even if that would be a little bit disgruntling. But so far, 12 worker kills for Cold Flame. He has done so much damage here to Zmelli's economy. Only 8 probes on here and 3 down here at the moment, whereas he himself has got 7 at his natural and a solid 16 at his main. So Cold Flame economically a lot more stable right now than Zmelli is. So Zmelli definitely wants to play a little bit on the defensive here and try and rebuild some economy, because if he pushes out too quickly across the map with this force, this Oracle is just going to be able to come back in and do a lot more damage. Though Zmelli sensibly leaving 2 Stalkers here to be able to pick that up in case that is exactly what Cold Flame is planning on doing. Cold Flame adding on his own Twilight Council now, getting ready to get Blink, and that Oracle goes in, sees the Stalkers there, and is forced to back out almost immediately. Upgrades on the way now for Cold Flame as well, getting that +1 ground weapons. But interestingly enough, Zmelli actually electing to go for that Dark Shrine. Now that's a pretty smart choice here, as his opponent really doesn't have much in the way of units with detection. I mean, he does have the Oracle, but that's over on the far side of the map, but he hasn't built a robotics bay at all, so that means he's going to have no observers. 2 or 3 DTs get inside of a mineral line here, and they're going to deal absolutely massive amounts of damage, and he's going to need to seriously chrono out an Oracle as quickly as possible back at his main in order to be able to reveal those DTs as they come. And of course Zmelli can subsequently use the DTs to turn them into Archons, giving his force a really strong buff here. But Cold Flame actually getting his own DT Shrine as well. Not going to be as effective as it would be against as Zmelli's attack is going to be, as Zmelli does have the robotics facility and he can get the observers out, and in fact he already has the 1 observer here at the back of his base that he can use to pick that up very, very quickly. And it looks like he's also going to be adding on that robotics bay, getting ready to make perhaps a little bit of a transition into Colossus based play as well. And he does have this nice forward proxy pylon here. This is actually a good location to be able to start warping in DTs at, as it will give them a very short distance towards being able to get into Cold Flame's bases here. So I'm looking forward to seeing whether or not Zmelli actually decides to go down this path, especially as Cold Flame has only just started its robotics facility here, and it's going to be a while before it completes and he can get those first observers out. So unless he brings an Oracle back, a DT attack right now could be very, very damaging. But it could simply be that Zmelli simply wants to use them to get those slightly faster Tempests up and about. But no, he does actually have 2 DTs here. These are actually Cold Flame's DTs, and they're going to be able to go here and get inside this base. But DTs of Zmelli's own being warped in, and they are very quickly going to go and try for that. This DT here getting a few probe kills, but being picked up very quickly by that observer, and the other one barely getting out by the skin of its teeth. In fact, Zmelli could probably have blinked forwards for that one to go for it. That DT putting in a little bit of work though and getting a few kills. Now Cold Flame actually now up to 23 worker kills against Zmelli, doing even more and more damage to Zmelli's economy. And Cold Flame got a nice little bit of supply lead now. So Zmelli really needs to be able to do something with his DTs. He needs to make use of them, even if it's just turning them into Archons. He needs to do something with these, and ideally he needs to do something that's going to damage his opponent's economy in a pretty substantial way. He does have his first Archon up now, and he could get another Archon very easily and quickly, and in fact he is doing that, seeing the attack maybe coming across the map here, and Cold Flame actually using his own DTs there for Archons as well, and with a slightly stronger force I feel here, especially with these number of Void Rays, as they are going to do a lot of damage to those Stalkers with their Prismatic Alignment ability. A little bit of posturing now. This is all going to be about finding the right sort of position. Both these players need to be a little bit careful, as this fight could really go either way if either one of them catches a bad position. Coldflame definitely has the slight advantage here, but if he gets pinned in this bottleneck, then that advantage is going to count for nothing, as of course his units are in that smaller funnel there. So he really could do with knocking down these rocks first before attacking, or even swinging around the side and hitting at the third here, while he sets up his own third. Smelly could actually use this opportunity to warp in some DTs here and go to town on that. And it does look like Coldflame is going to be taking out these rocks and then going to be pushing up for the ramp, straight heading towards that natural here. Looking like this could be a short game here now, depending on how well this next fight goes, as these units are moving into position now. The Photon Overcharge being thrown down a little bit preemptively there by Smelly. He has actually sacrificed that Photon Overcharge ability and did have to cancel this third Nexus here. I feel that Photon Overcharge was very much premature there. I mean, he could have waited a little bit longer until these units were actually committed to the attack, especially as its range is only out here, and as soon as you activate it you see that, you're just going to back away with that army. So Coldflame just able to retreat for now and just add on more and more units here. I mean, 132 supply to 108 puts him in a very strong position. Though, of course, Smelly's got a nice army of his own, and with these Colossi here in this army, he will be able to do a lot of damage to the Zealots of Coldflame, and even to the Stalkers as well, especially as if he decides to get the extended Thermal Lance upgrade, which he has in fact already done. He has more Colossi on the way. So at the moment now, it's going to be a little bit of posturing around and about. Still this pylon here for Smelly though, that hasn't been dealt with yet, so I feel that Smelly should really start utilising this and maybe get a few DTs out, though there are cannons at this base. That's going to make that pretty hard. Coldflame actually extending his control of the map as well, taking a fourth base, so he can really sort of like park his army over here now, and not have to worry about any of his bases really, as he's going to have really good mobility around that area, setting up a lot of proxy pylons as well for potential flank attacks with quicker units, get a few speed zealots in, maybe take out this again, force the denial on that one. So Coldflame definitely got a lot of opportunities right now, and he's still 20 supply ahead of Smelly. So Smelly really needs to make an opportunity, find an opportunity here to really push out and do some damage before Coldflame gets his finished death ball before Smelly does. And at this point, I think that Coldflame's death ball is actually slightly better comprised than Smelly's is, as with that nice number of Void Rays, he's going to be able to tear through the Colossi quickly, and he's going to be able to tear through the Stalkers quickly. So he could really focus on attacking those Stalkers with the Void Rays, and really just take them out of the fight very early on, very quickly. Though Smelly now adding in a few extra Zealots here, and a little bit of a attack there. Denied slightly. These Zealots actually going to have a little bit of a push across the map, try and reclaim the Zelnaga watchtower, and Smelly trying to extend his own pylon force out across the map, as these pylons do provide at least a little bit of vision in an area to let you know when your opponent is going to be incoming. But of course, Coldflame can simply move on by these with those units, maybe get an attack on. Is actually going to go for this third base, try and deny it again, but Smelly actually moving in his main force to defend this, gets the Photon Overcharge off, and those Zealots are going to be cleaned up in no time at all. But Coldflame, despite having lost all those Zealots there, still maintains a 10 supply lead over Smelly. Though Smelly did actually just equalise that with a quick warp in there, and does kill a few more of Coldflame's Zealots. Coldflame definitely turtling now, and I think this is a bad choice for him. I mean, he started off with such a substantially stronger force, and now Smelly sort of like equalised this and is going to be able to catch up. I mean, he started to establish his third base, so even though Coldflame is now on 4 bases and has at least a little bit of better economy, he's going to be able to build up a force equal to this one fairly quickly. I think the only difference is going to be Coldflame may well be able to remax just that little bit quicker, as of course he does have the slightly better income and can add on a few more production facilities. But I think that Coldflame really needs to make something happen here before Smelly starts to get to that max supply first, as he does need to sort of like shut him down in the game as soon as possible. There are a lot of Archons there as well, and a lot of Colossi, so he's definitely got a very, very strong force at this point in the game, especially in comparison to the force that Smelly is toting around, which is mostly it's mostly the Zealots and Stalker mix here, and with that good number of Void Rays and Archons, it's going to melt, especially with that large number of Colossi as well. And Coldflame here doing a very good job of denying that base, and looks like he could be able to take a little bit of an engagement here and do some more damage to Smelly's army, actually supply blocking him quite badly there by taking out those pylons. But once again, Cold Flame actually retreating here, and I think this is just a bad choice. He needs to just press on forwards with this army and take the fight to Smelly, especially as that fight would have been away from a Nexus as well, so there would have been no Photon Overcharge to help deal additional damage there, but he is going to get another pylon. Once again, supply blocking Smelly down to a 182, and there is the fight that we've been waiting for. Cold Flame crushing on forwards here, Smelly actually dropping massively in supply here. Cold Flame at 180 to Smelly's 119. Cold Flame absolutely kicking out the damage here, and is going to be able to take that Nexus despite the fact it has got the Photon Overcharge on there, so that's going to be neutralized very quickly by the sheer number of Void Rays here. Smelly's forces in complete disarray here, falling back down to 80 supply here. Cold Flame still at 156. This is looking like a GG situation. Cold Flame may be able to take this 2-1, and in fact he does. Smelly throwing out the GG well played there as he is taken out of this game. Cold Flame taking the series 2-0 against Smelly, so well played to both of those players. And we're just going to go over to a short break now before we move on to the next game, which will likely be a semi-finals game. So far we've had the quarterfinals, which have been Abstract, Virtuous, Brinker, Oma, Cold Flame, Smelly, Psy X and Shuttle. And likelihood is most of these matches will have sort of finished now, so I'm looking forward to seeing exactly who will be going through into the semi-finals, and I'll give you a little bit of a bracket update as soon as I get that information. But in the interim time, enjoy some more music. Okay, so while we wait for the next game, which will be one of the semi-finals matches, which will be Coldflame versus Shuttle, I'm just going to give a brief bracket update here. So if you'll just bear with me for a second, I will put that on the screen. And there we go. So far with the quarterfinals, we've got Abstract and Virtuous, Brinker and Oma, Coldflame and Zmelly, which was the game we just observed, and Psy-X and Shuttle. Shuttle and Coldflame both going through there into the semi-finals. Interesting matches all the way through. Abstract are doing very well in his groups there, going quite far through really quickly, and now of course in the quarterfinals. But it'll be interesting to see how the rest of these players match up. Certainly the predictions for Coldflame versus Shuttle is going to have me putting Shuttle as going through. Coldflame showing very strongly so far, and may well take a game off Shuttle, but I imagine that it's going to be Shuttle going through in that particular one. But here is the full LaG Weekly Gaming bracket here for the players that have been through in this tournament so far. And it's looking like it's been a fairly good showing so far. Hopefully you guys have been enjoying this tournament as well as I have. It's been good to cast so far. So I'm looking forward to Shuttle vs Coldflame, which will be coming up in just a moment. And for now, I'm just going to put you back on with some more music. Okay, here we are jumping into the next semi-final. This is actually going to be LaG Abstract versus SHS on Cloud Kingdom. So here in red we have our Zerg Abstract. Oh, sorry, our Zerg SHS rather, my bad there. And in red we have our Protoss Abstract. That's a little bit better. Get your facts straight, Dalak. What are you doing? You're supposed to be a caster. But yes, so ZVP. Already we've seen some fantastic ZVP games. Coldflame showing very early on exactly how it is that you're supposed to play these matches by simply running roughshod over his opponents in the early game. So hopefully we'll see Abstract be able to pull something a little bit similar in this particular matchup. I mean, he does have a good opportunity so far of being able to get through, but SHS also has been able to get this far so far through this weekly tournament, has had to face off against a few Protosses of his own, and will hopefully be able to get a good showing here. Of course, the other semi-final that will be going on will actually be Shuttle versus Coldflame, and that is of course Clarity Gaming Shuttle, so hopefully it'll be one of those two in the final against the winner of this best of 3 series. So, one of these players is going to go away with at least $5 at this point. SHS actually moving down here, going to get that early hatchery. He's going to go hatch before pool, it looks like. And Abstract here actually going for a gateway, not going for the usual wall in location here, or even getting the Forge Fast Expand. And the players actually throwing out a little bit of banter towards one another, which is actually a little bit amusing here, and always makes for a bit of a laugh to see, as long as it's good-natured. So both players are going to be playing what looks to be interesting but standard games straight away. Actually, that's a very fast second pylon here for Abstract. Going very heavily into his probes at the moment. He's actually on a really decent number so far, 13 probes. Spending a lot of chrono actually on them, it would look like, because he's already up in supply quite massively, especially for the early part of this game against SHS. So it's going to be interesting to see how quickly he's going to be getting an expansion down here, or whether he's simply going to stop at that 16 probe mark and go from there. But it looks like he is going to be going for a slightly earlier expansion. SHS is going to be able to scout that with that Overlord, getting the pylon in position, ready to wall in. SHS on the side of this though does have the spawning pool almost finished now, getting that early gas, so he will be able to get the speedlings and then start applying a little bit of pressure against Abstract. Abstract though, already getting out his second Zealot. The first Zealot there going to go down and get ready to protect at this wall in here. And actually no, looking like he wants to move out over the map and apply a little bit of early pressure here to SHS. And that's actually a pretty interesting tactic, as SHS doesn't actually have any lings yet. He does have 2 on the way, and will likely have another 2 in just a few moments. And while he does have the Queens on the way there, not finished yet, but scouting with the Zealot does give you a little bit more information than scouting with the probe, of course, because the Zealot is a lot hardier. It can withstand a hell of a lot more of a beating, and is going to be able to get in there and get a lot more information than a probe, which would likely be taken out very quickly by the lings. But he's actually going to leave the Zealot here for now, it would appear, and focus on walling back in at home. He is getting his Forge up, he has got the second Zealot standing there ready to guard, and in the meantime SHS here actually going to push across the map with a few lings here, and possibly look at applying a little bit of damage, but the Mothership Core already out is going to stop that in its tracks. Does do a little bit of damage to one of those lings. Mothership Core, of course, being so very useful for defending in the early game against those kind of pushes and attacks. Still only 1 gas at the moment though for Abstract, so he's definitely going to be investing a lot more into gateway units, it would look like. Just waiting on that Cyber Core to finish up, getting the 2 extra gateways down here at the front, and we'll probably get a cannon down here very shortly. But he does need to start getting probes on this natural. He doesn't have anything here yet, of course. This was actually a very late natural to be put down. So at the moment, SHS does have this economic advantage. 13 drones down here, 14 drones on here, plus the drones, of course, in gas, mean that he has got this quite a nice bit of a lead here. And he does actually find that little Zealot there, does go give it a little bit of grief until it stands itself in a position where it can easily defend. Abstract getting a nice little bit of micro on that, putting it in just the right place where these these lings aren't going to be able to do much. Though he is going to put 3 on either side, and that was actually really clever by SHS. So he is going to be able to kill that, microing back his lings very effectively and keeping them alive, doing a really great job, showing off some absolutely brilliant micro skills there. So if this comes down to a micro-intensive battle, it's definitely going to be my money on SHS at this point in time, because that was some absolutely great micro right there. But behind this, he is getting his lair tech now, so he is going for that fast tech right there. He does have the spine crawls at the front to defend in case of a little bit of a push. But there isn't really much that Abstract can do at this point in time. I mean, he's got these 3 zealots here. He does have the mothership core. But with no forward pylon, he can't really warp in reinforcements for these units. I mean, he is bringing the probe along to set one up. But at this point, with the 3 spine crawlers at the front, this attack's going to be pretty much a useless gesture, I feel. Abstract's going to walk in there, see the 3 spines, and pretty much almost immediately walk straight back out again, as he's going to recognize that there's going to be no way that he's going to be able to break through that particular wall. And in fact, now it's actually gone up to 5 spines, and with the lings there as well, that's definitely not going anywhere. Though SHS could do with moving his queens into a position to try and snipe that mothership core. It would be really useful if he did that. Would give him a little bit of a delay there on anything else. And that mothership core is actually forced to retreat. So this probe will probably lay down a proxy pylon about here in just a second. Maybe didn't try and deny this third. But it looks like SHS is going to try and do a little bit of harass on there. But being forced to back away by that mothership core, it does actually have enough energy for mass recall. So Abstract can always choose to pull these units out very quickly if he needs to, if he thinks that it's not going to go in his favour. Spire, though, going down now for SHS. But at the same time, we do see the Stargates down now for Abstract, so he's going to look at moving into a little bit of more Stargate based play here. We'll probably see a few Phoenixes on the way. There we go, there's 2 now. And they're going to be used to really just roam around the map, try and snipe those overlords, maybe get a little bit of drone harass off if he can. But as soon as SHS sees these, he's going to be getting spore crawlers in his mineral line straight away. And actually quite a bit of a strong Zergling attack here, and Abstract never actually did place the cannon down here at the front. So while he does mass recall back and that mothership will have enough energy to do the photon overcharge, he may well end up losing the gates here. And no, in fact he does actually manage to get the lings in here. They do stream past a little bit, do kill one of the zealots and a sentry there, and cause quite a bit of damage and almost completely through the shields of that particular warp gate. So no cannon here for Abstract. That's actually a very dangerous move. Economically, it does save him the minerals, but he's now throwing the cannon down there. But that's a little bit too far back, really, to defend this wall. He ideally wanted the cannon by the wall to stop that kind of a ling attack. Behind this, though, we do have Abstract. He has got his Mutalisks out now. He's getting his Hydralisk Den, double evolution chamber for those upgrades, and adding on some spore crawlers of his own. Expecting the harass there from the Phoenixes. Now Phoenixes do actually beat Mutalisks in a straight fight, so SHS definitely needs to be careful with these Mutalisks. He wants to really maximize their effectiveness, and he can't do that if he keeps running them into the Phoenixes. So he does need to be very careful about how this actually plays out, because one Phoenix does a lot of damage to a Mutalisk on its own right. It can kite it for a long time, and at the moment Abstract has so many Phoenixes here. In fact, he actually has an equal number of Phoenixes to Mutalisk. In fact, I think he actually has 2 more here. So he is going to be able to completely tear apart all of these Mutalisks in a very short time. And do quite a little bit of damage there with those, and can now really go out and get some nice harass off. That is a good number of Phoenixes. I mean, he's going to be able to lift up Queens and pretty much instantly DPS them down with those Phoenix beam weapons there. And if he gets the extended range crystals as well, he's going to be able to do even more damage. In fact, he comes in straight here looking over this third base, and those Zealots are going to go straight for that harassment, and will be able to knock down that third Zerg hatchery really quickly. And that's actually quite a late third hatchery, but these Phoenixes are going to move on into the main, do get scared off by that Spore Crawler pretty quickly, and Abstract here actually making quite a big push here with a lot of these Zealots. So he's really going for like the Zealot Phoenix here, and the Phoenix is going to be useful for picking up all these Hydralisks that SHS is trying to produce, as he can simply lift them and then just watch them explode under the weight of fire. That one poor Hydralisk there being born right into the midst of all those Zealots, going down very quickly, and the one lonely little Zergling here trying to harass this third Nexus here for Abstract. But at this point, I'd definitely say that Abstract has got somewhat of a strong lead here. He's got a very strong composition, and SHS really needs to be very careful about exactly how he engages, but there is a large number of Hydralisks now, but the mass recall does go off, pulling those units back to safety. And SHS did manage to pick off a couple of Stalkers that were left behind there that didn't quite get caught in that mass recall field. But that is quite a scary number of Hydralisks now, and SHS could definitely make a play with that number of Hydralisks, as the Zealots for Abstract don't actually have charge. And oh no, those probes are going to get absolutely caught by the Zerglings, but no, they actually ignore them and stream straight on up into the main. Now I think that was a little bit of a mistake there from SHS. He could have killed a lot of workers here. But instead he is going into the main. He is going to try and kill the pylons, but the photon overcharge has gone down now, and they will not get too much damage done. They've been able to take out one pylon, but that's pretty much it. And if he's lucky, he might be able to pick up his Zealot or two. But again, there's a little bit of engagement over this side now, and that really is a lot of Hydralisks. I mean, he doesn't want to get them caught out of position, but Zealots without charge, they really just can't close effectively against that force. And are just going to be able to kite back. These Hydras are just going to be able to pretty much kite backwards here and just keep on absolutely DPSing down those Zealots in short order. The Phoenixes do get a couple of nice lifts there though, and SHS is forced to back off. Abstract though has quite a large army here, 161 supply to 111, and I mean he could really make a go of it here, especially as SHS still hasn't got that third base, and therefore economically is actually behind Abstract at this moment in time, who actually does have his third base up, running and operational, which means, I mean, you can see the difference in income there. The Abstract on 2,000 minerals per minute, SHS only just on 1,300 minerals per minute. So Abstract definitely got a huge army here, coming in here and getting a few nice drone kills, picking off some Hydralisks as well, doing some nice damage to that force, and just taking out even more units here. I mean, if he can snipe some of these overlords as well, he could cause a little bit of a supply block issue here for SHS, which would not put SHS in the very best of positions, but they are not going to be able to come back in that side thanks to that Spore Crawler there. SHS though, trying to looks like he wants to make a play here, going in, getting some Banelings morphed here, and all these Hydralisks, they kick out such fearsome DPS. The only problem with these Hydralisks is they are very squishy, very fragile, and once this charge completes, the Zealots are going to be able to get right on there, completely get a surround on them, and do so much damage. But SHS planning ahead, getting the Banelings ready to deal with those Zealots that Abstract has. We are going to see a little bit of a fight here. Zealots actually trying to micro backwards. They don't want to lose to those Zealots on those Banelings. Trying to deal with them with the Void Rays there. And the Zealots now trying to engage here with those Hydralisks. But there are simply too many Hydralisks, I feel here. SHS just absolutely tore apart all their Zerglings. The good Baneling hits going off as well. Simply did so much damage to Abstract's forces. But he is remaxing very quickly here on Zealots. He still has a very strong supply lead. Still 40 supply ahead here. And with the Phoenixes on the field, he is going to be able to lift quite a number of those Hydras if he can. Actually electing to pick up the Baneling, very cleverly done, being able to pick that up pretty quickly. And SHS once again being forced to back away by this Protoss army, as he doesn't want to lose too many units. He knows he's a little bit behind in supply and economy right now, so he really just does not want to lose out to that. And SHS actually losing so many Hydras there to a really good pickup by Abstract. And these ones are left on so low HP, though those Zealots are just going to get away. More Banelings now out for SHS, which is a smart move. He's going to need a lot more Banelings though, I feel, because Abstract is investing very much a lot into this Zealot composition. And a good number of Banelings with centrifugal hooks would absolutely wreck them. But SHS just not getting that centrifugal hooks upgrade yet, which is, I just think is such a mistake. I mean, he really needs it. I mean, he wants to go Banelings against the Zealot mass, but he just does not have the upgrades that he needs. But these Zealots are going to keep on chasing down these Hydralisks now. Every time Zealot charge is off, cooldown closing in, and getting a couple more. The Phoenixes there consistently and constantly picking them up and just sniping them out. And Abstract now at 182 supply to 112 for SHS. SHS in a really difficult position, and looks like he's actually about to lose this third base again to a nice Zealot attack here. But those Hydras coming in at the right time to pick that up, but down on that hatchery to 472 HP. And while he's cleaning that up, the main force of Abstract just coming in the front door, killing the Spine Crawlers, and then backing away. Abstract could definitely do with adding on some Colossi to his composition, though. He's seen that SHS is pretty much just going nothing but Hydralisk, and with Sentry Colossus, he could do so much damage to that composition of SHS. Because the Colossus with extended thermal range are simply going to tear apart Hydralisks in no time flat, and with good force fields to keep those Hydralisks back, they're not going to get the damage on the Colossus that he needs them to do. Abstract though getting once again another really good set of liftoffs there, minimising the amount of DPS available from those Hydralisks. And now with the Archons on the field, and there's the GGSS, SHS bowing out of that first game, giving Abstract a 1-0 start here. And we're just going to take a quick break, and then we'll be back soon for game number 2. So here we are, game 2 between SHS and Abstract. Our Protoss player in red here on the bottom side of Whirlwind LE versus our Zerg in orange. On the top side here we have SHS, already one game up for Abstract, who won in the previous game with a very nice sort of Zealot, Void Ray, Phoenix attack set, transitioning into Archons later on. SHS trying Mass Hydralisk with a few Banelings that didn't really work out too well for him, and unfortunately did lose in that first game. Interesting play from both of the players though from the start, and it's going to be fun to see what exactly they try to do this game, whether or not SHS will try a more standard style of play against Protoss, maybe going for an early Roach attack, and then a smooth transition into a Roach Hydra, and then maybe even Infest or Ultra later on, or perhaps even getting some Swarm hosts out, or whether or not Abstract will try something similar to last game, going for that sort of like Mass Zealot sort of style build with the quick transition into air, adding on those few Void Rays and getting a good number of Phoenixes as well, really. But he has that first Zealot heading out on the map, and looks like he's going to be doing the scouting with it. I mean, he's going to know that SHS is going to be in the top left hand corner, of course, because of the how quickly that Overlord did get down in the direction that it came down in. So he'll be sending that out just as quickly. And he will get a good look inside that base. As of course, no Lings out yet for SHS, though he does have a lot in production. Currently going for 8 Lings in production and the 2 Queens, of course. Now 10 Lings in production. So those Lings will be able to clean up that Zealot, but he isn't actually heading into the base. He's not going to go for the Scout straight away. And that's interesting. He did check to see if there was a third hatchery, though, and after not seeing one, is going to come back in. So currently, he knows that SHS is on those 2 bases. And now SHS, if you can get a nice surround here on that Zealot, then that Zealot will be a dead man, and he does get the surround indeed, and manages to take that Zealot out very quickly. Abstract though, already setting up a very good wall here. He's got the forge down, the gateway down, getting the extra pylon, and will soon have some cannons here as well to provide that extra defense. The second Zealot there, standing in the gap between those buildings to make sure that those Lings can't get in. And while that is a good amount of Lings, the Mothership Core and the Zealot are going to mean that this attack is pretty much going to do nothing. Those Lings are essentially going to be wasted on this Zealot. But in the back of this, we actually have SHS here just droning up. He's focusing on getting a little bit more extra economy here, adding on those extra workers. I mean, he's got 16 here at the moment. And he's really working now to sort of get this second base saturated as quickly as possible. And he is actually slightly ahead in supply. He has invested a lot into these early game Lings, and I think he's actually invested maybe a little bit too much. I mean, unless he can kill that Zealot very quickly, these Lings aren't really going to do much. But still, no cannon here for Abstract, and that's interesting that he's electing not to get the cannon in the wall. But he keeps doing this every game. But oh, this is fascinating. Abstract actually setting up a proxy 2 gate over here, but the fact that it's 3 gates, this is odd. This is very odd. I don't know quite what he's trying to achieve here. I mean, he's got 4 extra gateways over here that that SHS is going to have absolutely no idea about. But I have no idea what he intends to do with them. And that's now 5 extra gateways here. I mean, he's got the 1 in his base there, and he's got the 2 in his wall here. So he's going essentially up to 8 gateways, and he's now chrono boosting out that +1 weapon. So I'm just thinking he's going to execute some kind of very bizarre, massive Zealot timing attack. And those Lings almost getting through that wall, but Abstract pulling his units back just in time to bottleneck there, finishing off quite a lot of these Lings though. Only a very few handful left for SHS down on this side of the map. I mean, he doesn't have very many at home either. He's focused mostly on droning up at the moment. He does have his Queen side. He is added on at least some static defense, but 1 spine crawler at the front, and starting to get a few more Lings now. But I'm just feeling like Abstract's going to be pulling some very strange sort of bizarre 8 gateway timing attack here to coincide with +1. I mean, he's got banking no minerals at the moment though. I mean, he is spending his minerals very quickly and completing full rounds of Warpin. And as far as his income's concerned, he is on 1,300 minerals per minute, so he can sort of afford that many Zealots. But it's still, I just think he's gone slightly overboard with that number of gates, especially only for 2 bases. But he has got the proxy pylon set up now, and SHS currently still only on 2 bases, so there are on equal bases at the moment, but that is a lot of zealots, and those lings aren't really going to be able to do much about it. They're the spine crawler at the front, and SHS kind of panicking, it seems, a little bit here, throwing down 3 extra spine crawlers to try and hold this defense. But the Guardian Shields are going to help hold so much damage here, and more zealots just going to be able to be constantly warped in here. Abstract looking like he's actually just going to go for a constant warping attack here, and really just apply pressure. The first spine crawlers have gone down, and more desperately trying to be morphed in. SHS GG's almost straight away, recognizing that he isn't going to be able to hold that. So Abstract wins that 2-0, going through to the finals, which will be a best of 5. And we'll be back with that after a short break, so in the interim time, enjoy some music. Okay, dokie. After our previous semi-final game just then between Abstract and SHS, we actually have an opportunity to jump across into the other semi-final game between Cold Flame and CG's Sea Shuttle, who is currently standing at 1-1 as Cold Flame was actually able to take a game off Shuttle in the first round there. So here we have in yellow on Derelict Watch TE OG's Cold Flame, our Protoss, versus Clarity Gaming's Sea Shuttle as our Terran in red on the north side here of Derelict Watcher. One of the new maps actually for this most recent season of Heart of the Swarm, and so far it's looking like a reasonable replacement to Daybreak, designed to be the new sort of balance map. But it's going to be interesting to see exactly how these players match up in this game. Cold Flame already having a very strong showing in PvP and obviously is PvZ, but Shuttle is obviously a Grandmaster level player. Spends a lot of time practicing his Terran, so it'll be interesting to see whether or not Cold Flame can take that second game away from him and go on into the finals. Shuttle though is surely going to make this be a very good game, along with Cold Flame, who is also going to be able to give us a little bit of a good showing here, and I'm definitely looking forward to seeing exactly how this turns out. Now, interestingly enough, Shuttle has actually sent an early worker out, and it is heading towards the third base location, and it wasn't spotted by Cold Flame's own scouting probe here. So it looks like Shuttle wants to get some kind of early proxy play here, and is actually throwing down that proxy barracks very early on. Now, Cold Flame is going to be able to get inside this base here, is going to see that the gas is taken, but isn't going to see the barracks, and it's got to start thinking, well, something's got to be up here. There's got to be a proxy barracks located somewhere. Either that, or he's going to be really delayed in starting his marine production and getting his orbital command. So he's definitely going to know that there's something isn't quite right here. And Cold Flame really now needs to start scouting around that map to try and find that proxy location as soon as possible, because he needs to know what kind of units are going to be hitting him, whether it's going to be Reapers, whether it's going to be Proxy Marauder, which has such a strong showing and can do a lot of damage, as Marauders are so ridiculously overpowered against those early game gateway units. But his scout is currently not showing anything, and actually Shuttle here going to immediately add on a proxy factory with no additional units coming out of the barracks. But he's going to see that the command center is turning into an OC now, so it's got to be a proxy barracks somewhere. Cold Flame will now be definitely aware that there is in fact a proxy barracks on the map. And with the reactor on the way, it looks like this is going to be a quick swap over, and we're going to be seeing reacted factory units, so either reacted Hellion or reacted Hellbat, one of the two. The question now is whether or not at the next 100 gas, Shuttle is going to throw down that armory. If he throws down the armory, we're going to see Hellbats straight away, and that is almost guaranteed. And in fact, as he approaches that 100 gas mark now, we should see it any second if that is going to be the case. The SCV here already on its way back over, and the two buildings swapping over. And in fact, he's actually going for Widow Mines. He's going to be reactoring out those Widow Mines very quickly. And this is actually slightly of an unusual build. Getting the reacted Widow Mines like this doesn't seem like it could be potentially very effective. Of course, they've got to run up into the base, and they're going to be seen by the units, and obviously with the mothership core out. But definitely Cold Flame is going to need to get a very fast robotics bay here, or a Stargate, so that he can get either an Oracle or some observers out in order to be able to see those units incoming. And in fact, if those Widow Mines can burrow in time, they will be able to take out at least one of the units there. In fact, taking out the Zealot straight away, and already a Reaper coming into the base as well. And now we see the switch over into proxy reacted Hellions. Meanwhile, back at his own base, he's throwing on the extra barracks now at the back of the base. And these Hellions, if they can get into the mineral line of Cold Flame, will do a lot of damage. But the Reaper already getting in there and starting to snipe at those probes, doing a little bit of damage there, getting one kill straight away, and then being forced to back away by the mothership core. But it won't be long before we see Shuttle get to 4 or 6 Hellions and then decide to go in. The Widow Mine making a little bit of a move here. Stalkers actually do outrange Widow Mines, so once Cold Flame gets an observer out, he's going to have a much easier time. And this barracks actually beginning the long trek back home to that Terran base. But 2 more Hellions on the way now, so Shuttle definitely going for a sort of like 6 Hellion timing push here. getting ready to get his attack on, and Shuttle adding on a starport back at home. So going to continue in a very sort of standard style from here. He's got 2 barracks, he's got a starport down, we're going to see some medevacs coming out. But now, those Hellions trying to get up into that main, while the Reaper does in fact get up in there, but that Mothership Core going to be able to stop those Hellions there from being able to get very far into here, and they are going to be forced to back off and run away slightly, unless they will be actually picked off by that Mothership Core. Meanwhile, Reaper getting a little bit of damage done here, but will be taken out by the Stalker very quickly, and already an Oracle on the way from the Stargate, so he is going to be able to see that Widow Mine at his natural expansion there, and be able to prevent that doing anything. And Shuttle actually taking a very clever path here, and moving his Hellions back and around the side, so he may well be able to get up in here without drawing the attention of obviously the Mothership Core, which is just kind of hovering in the middle of the map at the moment. Behind this though, he is adding on his first medevacs. They are on the way. He's got his 1 factory there, he's getting the 2nd factory. He does have the bunker at the front of his base, and is getting ready to expand in his own right. So both of them will be expanding fairly late here, but I don't think Coldflame will be expanding late out of choice. He's going to be expanding late simply because of the bloody Widow Mine at the bottom of his ramp. Walling in though with pylons to prevent those Hellions from getting a little bit of a run by, and a lot of Widow Mines here now for Shuttle, so if he places them in strategic positions, he is going to be able to get a couple of easy kills on those units. In fact, if you move them sideways now and burrow them underneath the Mothership Core, he may be able to snipe it out. Oh, no, it gets just out of range just in time. That was very close. But Coldflame here, trying to take a little bit of the pressure back towards Shuttle. Does have the Oracle there. Does have this reasonably nice force of Stalkers. Well, these Hellions just harassing around and around the map. Shuttle showing off a nice little bit of micro and control here, and getting a few kills, but unfortunately, the weight of that Stalker firepower is simply too much. And now Shuttle's going to have a little bit of a hard time holding this bunker. He already has all these SUVs in position ready to repair, and he does have the Viking out, which he can use to try and snipe that Mothership Core and the Oracle. So that's actually going to prove to be slightly useful. He really does need to get the Oracle, because if the Oracle focuses down the SCVs, then they are not going to be able to repair. But with 2 Vikings out in the field now, that Oracle is going to go down in no time at all, and the Mothership Core as well. So Shuttle there holding that attack absolutely perfectly, and behind this he just keeps on poking around with these Hellions in the middle of the map and having a look around, and actually medevac dropping 3 Widow Mines into Coldflame's base, and he does need to be careful not to try and lose the medevac, but that will in fact go down, and the 2 Widow Mines immediately putting themselves in position. That Stalker going to go as well, and a cannon being placed rather smartly there by Coldflame. He knows he needs to be able to pick that Widow Mine up, but of course with a 40-second reload time there, these workers are going to be safe to go back to repair. And he doesn't even need to use the detector ability there of the Oracle, as the cannon would have actually finished in time to deal with both of those Widow Mines. So that's a little bit of a waste of the energy there, but if he felt he needed it, then he did need it, and he really doesn't want to go anywhere near that other Widow Mine right now, as that has just recharged and would be able to shoot. So instead sniping it with the Stalkers, playing very carefully there, very, very safe. Coldflame not taking any chances here. He knows that he can't really afford to lose this game, otherwise he will take that second, he won't be able to get into that finals and have a shot at the prize pool there. Well, so far, both players are playing fantastically well. Shuttle so far ahead in supply at the moment though, 61 to 86. He's got a good force of Marines, he's got his Vikings, he's adding on the extra bunkers at the front of his base now. And this is going to turn into a little bit of a tough nut to crack for Coldflame, who is still only on 50 supply. So Shuttle a little bit ahead at this moment in time, though Coldflame does have a nice pylon and a good proxy location here, and could easily get off a couple of really nice flank attacks, maybe do a little bit of damage there. And he is going to finally hunt down this factory of Shuttles so that it will stop producing those Widow Mines for harassment, and he will probably be able to kill that, as he does have the Void Ray there following it, and Void Rays are faster than Terran floating buildings. Where Coldflame goes from here, though, is difficult to say, because, I mean, the early attacks from Shuttle have really put him on the back foot. I mean, he has the 4 gates out, he does have the Stargate out, which is going to mean he gets the Stargate units, but his expansion is very delayed, and he didn't get that robotics facility, so he's not going to have Colossus anytime soon. Even if he starts one now, of course, he's got to wait for the robotics bay to finish, so he's going to be against a Terran Bioforce mostly, as Shuttle does like to play that Bio-style Terran. But without any units really suited to dealing with Bio. I mean, the Stalkers that he's got get absolutely tanked to pieces by Marauders. He's got a good number of Marines, which are useful against the the Void Rays, along with the Vikings, are also good against those Void Rays. And Shuttle just adding on so much production at home. I mean, you can see in the production tab right there, he's getting his upgrades, he's getting STEM on the way, he's adding on the extra tech units like the reactors and the tech labs for his barracks so he can keep producing more Marauders, more Marines. His natural base was set up a lot quicker. So Coldflame really needs to kind of do something at this point, but it's difficult to suggest really what he can do except for try and turtle his way towards the mid to late game and start trying to build up that Protoss Death Ball. I think he really does need to wait until he gets at least a robotics facility down. He needs to start teching towards Colossus, and he needs to start getting either something like High Templars out for Storm, and in fact even as I say that, he does throw down the Templar Archives. So he is getting ready to go for that probably Storm Tech, which is going to be useful against the Bio, but it still puts him in a very much an off-foot position, as it's much later than maybe he'd like it to be, 14 minutes. And Shuttle actually preparing to drop here. He does have this drop on the way, and he's actually taken a Ninja third base over here that Coldflame is going to have absolutely no idea about. This drop now hitting that base, and these Protoss army is going to be forced to come back up in here to try and deal with this. But with 3 medevacs here, this Bioforce could do a lot of damage, especially with Stim. But instead, Shuttle just elects to pick up, does lose 2 medevacs and 2 medevacs worth of units as well, only rescuing 1 lot of units. Wow. This is really an interesting back and forth game. Coldflame managing to defend his base rather successfully here against Shuttle, but Shuttle looks like he wants to go for a little bit of a death push, taking the Vikings with him this time. He's thrown down the scan. He wants to know exactly what Coldflame has at the front of his base. And I think at this point, Shuttle's just thinking, I'm just going to go and kill it. I'm going to move my army in there, and I'm going to kill it. Coldflame actually pulling back slightly to deal with that drop once again, not quite able to pick up the medevac, which is now very low on HP, but again moving his army back down to the front, getting ready to deal with this phenomenally huge force here, and Shuttle actually pulling a lot of SCVs. So this is Shuttle kind of saying, I want to end this game here, and I want to end it now. By putting the SCVs in front, they're going to tank the damage for my Marines and Marauders, and I am going to end this game right now. And it looks like he may actually be able to pull it off. I mean, he does take out the Void Ray very quickly. He's pulling apart all those Protoss units, and with the Stim in as well, these Stalkers are being absolutely taken apart. The Void Ray isn't able to do much, and Coldflame throws out the GG. Shuttle goes on to play in the finals. Coldflame taken out here after a very interesting 17-minute game there, doing a lot of good holds against that sort of very strange proxy style that Shuttle was using. Anyway, we're just going to put you back to some music for now, and then we'll be back in just a moment for the finals. And now getting into the finals tonight, it is going to be Abstract versus Sea Shuttle. First map is going to be Neoplanet SLE between Abstract, our Protoss player, and Shuttle, our Terran, who has been absolutely tearing his way through this tournament. But after having a really good game last game against Coldflame, who did a very good job of trying to shut him down and did manage to do at least a little bit of damage and did take a one game off him straight away. So down here on the south side of Neoplanet SLE we have Clarity Gaming's Shuttle, our Terran in red, versus Abstract, our Protoss in blue, up here on the north side of Neoplanet SLE. Now, the Shuttle's just come back from a best of 3 TVP against Coldflame and did do 2 to 1 in that best of 3, managing to absolutely brutalize Coldflame in the last game there with a very well executed proxy factory style build. So it'll be interesting to see exactly what Shuttle decides to do this game, whether or not he goes for a similar sort of build or whether he tries something completely different and goes for a more standard style of play into a sort of Bioforce composition against Abstract. As for Abstract, he's going to be, I'm curious to know what kind of tech play he plans to go, whether he's going to go for the robotics play route, or whether he's going to go and try for that really fast sort of starport gameplay style, and get the oracles out quickly and try and do the economic damage to Shuttle, or whether he'll try for the other one, to the other major Protoss build against Terran, especially years ago Bind, which would be Chargeler Archon with the High Templar Storm support. Both players, though, at this point have a lot of options open to them. Abstract getting his first gas here, going to be getting ready for that Cybernetics core straight away. But Shuttle has finished that supply depot, but no barracks yet. It looks like he's going to go for a 14 command center, throwing down, going to try and take the early lead here with macro style gameplay. Whereas Abstract, of course, with the gateway before Nexus, of course, is going to have units out on the field and could make a push out with a Zealot Stalker and a Mothership core and do quite a little bit of damage to Shuttle at this point. Both the players, though, having a friendly little bit of banter, though. Shuttle getting his barracks up now to get ready to start producing Marines against any attacks that Abstract might want to throw against him in that early game. Cybernetics core, of course, all the way along here for Abstract, because he's going to need it for anything else that he wants to really do, unless he wants to purely go Zealot for the entire game. At this stage, though, with this early command center, Shuttle's going to have a much earlier lead on his economy than Abstract will. So he's going to be able to start getting double amounts of SCVs out really quickly, going to be able to increase his mining power, add on all that production that he's really going to need to really keep on powering those Terran units out. And these players actually having a little bit of a laugh about the fact that Abstract here is actually barcoding. Shuttle actually calling barcodes bad manners, not being able to introduce yourself to your opponent. But he is going to go inside and scout inside of Abstract's base. Now see the Cyber Core, we'll see the Mothership Core has just popped, and we'll see the double gas. And in the back of here we do actually have the Stargate, and I think Shuttle just actually picked up on that. So Shuttle here, actually, yes, you did see that Stargate straight away there. So he's going to know that something funky is on the way, and it is actually going to be an Oracle. So Abstract is definitely looking to try and apply that early economic damage. But it looks like Shuttle's actually going to have enough of Marines out just in time to be able to deal with this. It takes 6 Marines to kill an Oracle, but you will lose a nice number of Marines even with that, as the Oracle weapon does a lot of damage. But it wouldn't surprise me to see an engineering bay coming out very soon from Shuttle and starting to throw down some turrets. But he also needs to get a few more supply depots down. I mean, he's a little bit supply blocked at the moment, and it's going to be a while before that supply depot finishes. So he's going to have a little bit of bank in the interim time while he's waiting. So he may as well at least throw down the engineering bay and start trying to get turrets, as this Oracle is on its way over the map now. And it could have a lot of damage on that eco line. As long as Abstract is careful about how he micros it, he needs to keep it out of range of the bunker. Shuttle, though, pulling the SCVs straight over to where the bunker is, trying to keep them alive as quickly as possible. And Abstract here just going to try and move into the base, but Shuttle already pulling the Marines into position. And now this Oracle pretty much being shut down by a really well executed defense there by Shuttle, pulling his SCVs at the right time there, and forcing the Oracle to chase them onto it one too many times for its own good. Abstract though, taking the expansion behind this, Shuttle is going to in fact scout that. He does see that come out there, and he will see that the Forge is starting to get the research upgrades here, and sees that the Wargate is actually, the Stargate is still producing units. But the question now is whether or not he saw the Twilight Council, and again, he absolutely did see the Twilight Council, and is going to have picked up on that so very quickly. Absolutely crazy. His scouts have been absolutely spot on every single time, managing to get all the information that he needs on the inside of the bases really quickly. Stim on the way as well, and +1 weapons here to counteract that +1 Protoss ground armor that is going on there. And another Oracle actually on the way for Abstract, so he's continuing this Oracle harass here. So that's the second Oracle already flying in now, and there is a third Oracle on the way, and all the Marines have actually just moved out from Shuttle's base. So he hasn't got actually very many Marines at home. I mean, he does have the turrets now in his mineral lines, so this Oracle's not going to be able to do much damage to the mineral line, but he could at least snipe that SUV, and maybe even snipe the tech lab. In fact, if he could snipe the STIM research, that would have been a huge victory right there. But in the meantime, these Marines are going to storm right on into Abstract's base. They're going to go ahead straight for the workers here. Photon overcharge does go off though, but I think it might be a little bit too little too late, as a lot of these workers are going to go down here. As Shuttle just micros these Marines around, he is going to lose a lot of them in this situation, and the Oracle's coming in now to burn these Marines away along with that Photon overcharge. But wow, Shuttle actually killing 10 of Abstract's workers there, while only having lost 4 himself to the Oracle harass that Abstract has been trying to pull off. Shuttle just handling that micro so very well, knowing that those Marines are going to die, but still being able to get so many kills with them. The factory down now though, getting the starport as well, and getting the reactor on the factory, so he's going to definitely switch that around and go for the sort of double medevac pumping that a lot of Terrans like to do, especially when they're playing bi-stylists. He's got enough Duracs now, and he's adding on a couple more here at this time, 2 more barracks to bring that number up to 5. And again, Oracle trying to come in again, but being picked off so easily by those turrets. And there's enough Marines here that Oracle is pretty much dead unless it flies away. With the little speed upgrade that they've gotten recently though, they are able to get away a little bit better from sticky situations like that. So Abstract just managing to save that one, and expanding actually out to a third base, taking a third base here at 10 minutes. That's quite a speedy third base for a Protoss, especially against a Terran, as the potential for those Terran drops is really quite strong, and trying to get a little bit of damage done with that Oracle on the workers that were in that factory. But that Oracle is very quickly going to be out of energy, and these Marines are going to move into position to stop that from coming back in again. Shuttle already got the medevacs on the way though, will be gearing up to get some drop play underway soon, and is sending his factory out to scout and see exactly what Abstract is up to. But in the back of this, Abstract has added on a lot more gateways. He's getting ready to really pump that gateway production. He's got the chronoing Zealot charge to make his Zealots more effective, and he's even adding on a few extra gateways to make up for this all this mineral production that he has right now. I mean, he hasn't taken his second gases here. He's focusing a lot on building a strong Zealot army. And Zealots with charge are actually really effective against Terran Bio composition, because Terran Bio, unless he stims to run away and kite backwards and has that Marauder or Concussive Shell slow, the Zealots are just going to be able to catch up very, very quickly, and they do a lot of damage. And with their armor upgrades as well, they are going to be able to survive a lot of these the marine damage here a lot easier. But it looks like Shuttle here gearing up to go for a drop into the main. Going to try and do a little bit of damage here, but it has been seen by that hallucinated Phoenix there. But these Marines instantly going to move over and start attacking into these Zealots here, but he really needs to stim and move backwards. The charge going off there, and that is a fearsome amount of Zealots here for Abstract, and he just keeps on warping in more and more. Shuttle though managing to pick up and get away to safety, but has set up his factory at the front here and is starting to build Widow Mines, and that's a really funky choice. I mean the factory's right there, it's going to be seen, it's going to be attacked by those Zealots, but it does provide a little bit of a distraction. If you can get the Widow Mines out and pump some Widow Mines into this region, then actually they'll be quite effective against that number of Zealots, but he doesn't want to lose that. He really does not want to lose that factory, or at least he wants it to get at least one Widow Mine out to go down to that third base. Meanwhile, Shuttle trying to micro back against this Protoss force here, while that Widow Mine does head into that mineral line, and unless Abstract has seen this, he could be about to lose a lot of his probes here as that Widow Mine goes off, taking 2 kills straight away. But I don't think Abstract has actually noticed, and that Widow Mine is going to be able to stay there and just keep on racking up kills, though he is in fact moving some units around and about now, getting ready to perhaps deal with that, throwing down a cannon, so he did notice that that had gone off. Shuttle expanding behind us to a third base as well, trying to keep up now with the Protoss economy, which has managed to get a little bit ahead here with the inclusion of that third base. And we are going to see a little bit of a fight here. You need to be careful with these medevacs, can't afford to lose them to those stalkers, but there are a lot of charge lots here, and they are going to force that Terran army to scuttle home with its tail between its legs. But meanwhile, Shuttle executing a nice drop just here, and is going to snipe that natural, and then get that pickup on those units and fly out. I mean, if he can now drop the third as well, this is going to be a pretty big victory for him, as he will be able to take that cannon no problem with that number of Marauders and deal quite a lot of damage to all of those probes. Now all he needs to do is pick up and get out, and he's done quite a lot of damage with that drop, and already adding on even more Marauders at this point in time. The concussive shell slow here going to be so useful, and dropping as well in the main. Drops all over the place. Shuttle is dropping like crazy here, and it's so impressive to see. Abstract though, microing his probes fairly effectively here, keeping them away from danger zones there. He doesn't want to move them back into the mineral line. I think he's a little bit worried that there might be a Widow mine there. So these probes are all stuck here at the moment. That's delaying mining time. And man, Shuttle is just all over the place. Drop after drop after drop. This is finally going to be cleaned up by that large number of Zealots and probes. Those Marauders going to be taken out eventually there. But meanwhile, that drop's still going on in the main, almost sniping the Stargate there. But it looks like that medevac will get away with that Marauder. And meanwhile, Abstract going to town down here, absolutely pushing the fight back towards Shuttle's own base. So while Shuttle's getting off all these amazing drops, Abstract's just pretty much saying, no, I'm going to go and I'm going to do damage to you now. And in fact, he could collapse on this third base, and that's what he intends to do. And if he does a lot of damage to the economy here, he's going to set Shuttle back to around about where Abstract was set back to, thanks to all of those drops by Shuttle. And in fact, Shuttle losing a massive amount of workers there. Abstract killing 20, and Shuttle himself having killed 27 of Abstract's workers. So far this game is actually fairly even. Shuttle does have a little bit of a supply lead though, being on 120 to only 98 for Abstract. So Abstract's going to be in a little bit of a pickle here. And once again, another drop by Shuttle, doing some more damage, picking off a few more probes, and preventing this third base from really mining. And of course, he's got to wait for this base to be set back up before he can start mining from his natural again. So this is actually quite big here for Abstract. He needs to get this base back online. And meanwhile, Shuttle just taking bases like crazy, taking the fourth here, or fifth here, taking the two gold bases in the middle. Wow, he's expanding so crazily, it's insane. And his economy is pretty much going to skyrocket, especially if he orbital commands all of those, as the number of mules he's going to end up with is going to be so high. Abstract though, getting extra gases now, adding on the Templar Archives as well. He really needs the Storm to kind of deal with this Bioforce now. And unfortunately not having it up to this point and relying on those charge lots, as while it has done a little bit of damage in its own right, is just not proving enough now that Abstract, now that Shuttle has switched it over to mostly Marauders instead of Marines here, as Marauders are absolutely so crazy strong against Gateway units. Scanning into that third though, stimming in, and it's going to pretty much peel apart the Protoss army, stimming and moving backwards at the same time. The time warp does go down though, letting those Zealots get a nice surface area there, but there are just too many Marauders here for Abstract to deal with, and Shuttle is just going to be able to push on forwards here and deny this third base. And warping the High Templars here was a little bit of a mistake. He is going to try and turn them into the Archons, but they have simply been obliterated with the sheer weight of Terran firepower here. And it looks like Abstract is about to lose his third base. He doesn't have enough Marauders on the field, and the supply is dropping so quickly. And Shuttle just so far ahead, and there go the GGs. Abstract losing the first game, Shuttle taking game number 1 in this best of 5 series. And we're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be back with game number 2. And game number 2 between Shuttle and Abstract is going to be on Aquilon Waste. Players are just waiting to ready in now, and this game will very soon be underway. Once again, interesting actually, Shuttle switching over to a little bit of an off race here. He is actually going Zerg in this game, away from his usual Terran. So that's going to be a little bit interesting here for Abstract to try and deal with. But jumping straight into the game here on Aquilon Wastes, we have Abstract, our Protoss in red on the south side here, versus Clarity Gaming's Shuttle, Zerg in blue on the upper side here. Actually off racing for this particular game, so a little bit unusual here, as Shuttle is known for playing as Terran, but I guess he wants to really just get a little bit of practice in, maybe as Zerg. So, after a very strong showing in the first game, Shuttle executing a number of very rapid and multi-pronged drop attacks against Abstract. Abstract really wants to try and equalize in this game, especially if Shuttle is actually playing off-race. He may well have a good chance to do so, as he can, as long as he executes a good ZVP-style gameplay. He really wants to get a really strong opening as Protoss, and it looks like he's going to be going for the gateway opening, as opposed to the Forge Fast Expand, which I still consider a little bit odd, but it seems to be becoming more and more the norm in Heart of the Swarm, as you do expect not to sort of like be 10-pulled or even 6-pulled on ladder or in tournaments, as while it is a little bit cheesy, it also tends not to work. I mean, most players have their own strategies for dealing with it straight up, and Shuttle here are actually going for the 14 pull there, and we'll pretty soon be getting his hatchery, I would imagine. But Abstract, he's going to be able to at least do something with this, I feel. I think this could be a good game for Abstract. If he can get to a decent number of Colossus, or get a very strong Stalker Force early on, he's going to have a good time in this particular matchup. Shuttle only just now getting down his expansion. That's a little bit late there. He's going for the 15 hatch, so 14 pull, 15 hatch there for Shuttle. Spawning pool just finishing up soon, and we'll see some lings on the way, I imagine, and a couple of queens. In the meantime, Abstract is going to want to start thinking about walling in this lower ground. Whether or not he goes for the Nexus straight up, or whether he actually throws down the pylon first remains to be seen, but it looks like he's going to get ready and throw the pylon down straight away and start preparing his wall in. So it's going to be the usual forge, gateway, and probably another pylon, and then maybe a couple of cannons as well. Cybernetics core already down though, keeping it out of the wall, doesn't want to lose that very so important building there. And his first zealot is already out, and it's going to go and start poking, possibly across the map, or it might just stand at the wall location ready to defend. Meanwhile, no lings yet out for Shuttle, but he is taking the first gas on that side, so he's going to start putting some drones in there soon. But getting gas that kind of late means that he's probably not looking to go to speedling straight away. He's probably looking to tech into something else entirely, as he's not too fussed about blowing the 100 gas early on the speed tech, which is an interesting choice. But he does get a larva inject off and then moves the queen down here to the low ground, where another queen is already on the way, and he's going to be building a third queen straight away here. So he's going to have queens ready for his creep spread, and he does have a few lings out now, so he can go and poke across the map with these now and try and get a read on exactly what it is that Abstract is going to be doing inside his base. Though he wants to get across a little bit quickly, as if he doesn't get there in time, this wall in will be pretty much complete, and there will be a zealot standing guard in that. In fact, Abstract already pulling his zealot back, getting it ready to put that in the position that he is going to need it in. But these lings having a little bit of a foray across the map did look like they had encountered the zealot and the mothership core there. Yes, do a little bit of damage to that zealot there, and are forced to back up. So he's not going to go anywhere with these at the moment. But actually, no, it is speed here for Shuttle. Despite the later gas, he is actually going to still get the speed there and not go straight on to, say, Roach Tag. So maybe he wants to make something happen with a few lings here. Maybe going for a little bit more of a ling-oriented build, so we could see maybe some ling-bling action going on here. Meanwhile, Abstract microing his zealot around while letting his mothership core take out those zerglings, but he is going to lose that. And with the queen moving down, he needs to be a little bit careful now with his mothership core. He doesn't want to lose that too early on in the game and have to build another one. Abstract's walling is complete though at home, so he is definitely prepared and ready for anything that Zerg can throw at him at this point, and can really start focusing on tacking up behind this and getting ready to take his third base and adding on those big beefy units that he needs. Of course, he's up to 3 gates now, and he can get a couple of warping cycles, and his 4th gate has literally just finished up. Meanwhile though, Shuttle is actually expanding out and taking a 3rd hatchery here at the 7-minute mark, so Shuttle definitely looking to play a very macro style gameplay here, getting that hatchery a lot earlier than usual, and has thrown down the Roach Warren now and the Evolution Chamber. So if Abstract could get in now and see this, he's going to know that his opponent is looking to commit probably towards Roach, because if he starts getting the range weapon upgrades, then he's not going to be concentrating on getting the melee weapon upgrades, which really kind of limits the choices that that Shuttle can go later on in the game. Because of course, if you don't have the melee weapon upgrades, if you want to make a sudden switch to Ultralisk, you have to accept that your Ultralisks are going to come out with essentially no upgrades at all, except for the armor upgrades that are already in there that you will have gotten for the ranged units. So it's not too common to see that kind of a switch very early on. And these links here trying to actually shut down this proxy pylon, and it looks like Abstract really wants to make something happen here with these Zealots, but he does need to be careful with his militia core. He really can't afford to lose that, but he's taking so much damage. Just throw down the time up though as the Zealots come down, and that queen is going to be scared away. And Abstract actually going to use this as an opportunity to snipe out that 3rd base of Shuttle and prevent him from even being able to get that up. And he really can't march those queens any further forward into this line of Zealots to try and get that mothership core without risking losing them. But of course, Shuttle is going to clean up that proxy pylon there, so no more war pins at this point, though there is another proxy down here, though this is still a little bit far removed for trying to reinforce this army. And Shuttle needs to be a little bit careful here. He doesn't want to lose these queens, he needs to be able to pull them back. But the angle at which Abstract actually moved his Zealots there kind of prevents them from getting up that ramp, and while the Mothership Core is taking a lot of damage, he is able to take out both of those queens, and that is a pretty big victory here for Abstract. And he's now going to be able to start focusing down on that Roach Warren, and Shuttle only has 2 Roaches on the way at the moment, with no additional Roaches on coming forth. And now that Roach Warren is down, he's not going to be able to get them, so he's going to have to do what he can with these Lings. But this is just so many Zealots at the moment for Abstract, and simply not enough Lings. And as long as he can keep that Mothership Core alive, then he's going to have such a strong showing with it. And these Zealots actually now going to town on those drones. The drones have been pulled here to try and clean that up, but he has still lost so many of them. Abstract actually making a really strong attack here, really doing a lot of damage to Shuttle here in these early stages of the game, denying that 3rd base, killing a lot of the eco, taking out 2 queens. And now the reinforcements coming in as well, going to be able to get that Evolution Chamber, and Shuttle actually GG's right there as those reinforcements arrive. So after that second game there, the scores are now equalised at 1-all. Shuttle off racing in that particular game, going for a little bit of that Zerg action. And Abstract really making good use of his Zealot attacks there to really do a lot of damage to Shuttle in the early game. So it'll be interesting to see exactly how it goes on in game number 3. Of course, this is a best of 5. Second place will get the $5 prize. First place will get the $20 prize. But while we just wait for the next game to be set up, I'll let you enjoy some more music. And getting ready to come into the third game now. Shuttle going back to Terran for this particular match, and it looks like it is going to be on the WCS Daybreak LE. Shuttle versus Abstract in game number 3. Scores are currently tied up at 1-1. But now that Shuttle is back on his Terran race here, it'll be interesting to see exactly how this goes. So without further ado, jumping into the game. Shuttle here are Terran in red versus Abstract on the north side are Protoss in blue. Abstract actually asking there, well, if Shuttle's happy to switch to the off race and play a little bit of Zerg there, he asked him why not Protoss, and apparently Shuttle does not like PvP matches. So that's going to be interesting right there, and Shuttle actually saying that he will play Zerg again in the next game, as of course it will go to at least 2 more games here. But it's going to be interesting to see exactly how well this turns out in this game, because of course Shuttle being back on Terran now, which is his native race, is going to give him a little bit of an advantage over the previous game there. So Supply Depot actually in close position, really close to that gas, so Shuttle actually favouring the reduced distance time right now over perhaps the safety of walling in with the supply depots at the front. And it looks like he's actually going to send this SCV out in a few moments. No, he has actually brought it back, and he's going to get that barracks down very quickly. Abstract adding on his first gateway, of course, getting ready, and it'd be nice to see a more macro style gameplay again from both of these players. But Shuttle actually taking a little bit of a break in building SCVs there while he gets that refinery down, going for the 13 refinery. So he's definitely looking to perhaps apply some early Reaper pressure here. I mean, when you stop the SCVs like that to get the refinery down, literally as you're placing down the barracks, you are definitely wanting to do some kind of tech, and it's usually for that fast Reaper, as it's the quickest way to get the 50 gas that you need to get that first Reaper out to be able to start applying that early game pressure, already up to the 20 gas of course. And we'll see exactly how he decides to do this. Already saving up a few minerals as well, so as this barracks finishes, he's pretty much going to be able to get that Reaper out and do his orbital command at the same time. And it is in fact the Reaper underway already, and his scouting SCV is now heading out. And we could see some more proxy hijinks this game. Always makes for fun times. Abstract though, throwing down the Cybernetics core, very standard opening here. Not built a Zealot yet this game. He's probably going to be waiting for that Cybernetics core to finish, so that way he can get a Stalker out first, because if he thinks that it's going to be the Reaper opening again as Terran, he's going to want the Stalker to try and hunt that down, because of course Reapers are faster than Zealots and can kite them endlessly. Shuttle though, getting up inside the space, going for a little bit of a scout, is going to see the Cybernetics core, going to see the double gas, and will actually see the Stargate starting there. And that is big, as he knows now that it's going to be a Stargate build again. And if I were Abstract, I'd be very, very tempted to cancel that right now, as that scout has now left the base. And play a little bit of mind games, and hope that Shuttle overinvests in trying to protect his base against the Oracle Harass, or against Void Rays for instance. And instead switch over to something like the Robotics facility, with the Robotics Bay, and get a faster Colossus, rather than letting that Stargate finish. Shuttle's Reaper though, already across the map now. It is going to wander up inside their base and confirm what... going to be able to confirm what Shuttle already knows, that it is going to be the Stargate, but he is actually kept at bay by the Mothership core here, holding that Reaper back just a little bit. Shuttle not quite willing to risk it, and it is going to be the Oracle opening again for Abstract. He is going to look to try and apply that economic pressure to Shuttle at this stage, but Shuttle already getting his bunker down at the front. He has a couple of Marines inside his base, not nearly enough really to deal with an Oracle. Though he is going to get 2 more, and he should be on 6 before that first Oracle gets over to his base. And this Reaper once again having a bit of a scout, but it is going to be taken out by the Mothership core there, and the Oracle now on its way over. So unless the 2 extra Marines can come out in time, Shuttle might be a little bit of a disadvantage here. He's only just starting his engineering bay, and that Oracle is already halfway over the map, which means he's not going to have a turret in his mineral line in time, so he needs to be very careful with this. The Oracle just going to fly straight on in here, heading straight for the mineral line. Actually, going to take out the SCV, finishing the engineering base. Smart move there, actually, by Abstract, as it is going to delay the introduction of turrets there, and he does manage to micro that Oracle away and save that. But unfortunately, the Marines now able to hold that Oracle at bay. Meanwhile, Abstract going to expand down on the low ground behind this, as he has seen that Shuttle has got the extra command center up, and he has got the bunker at the front, so he knows that Shuttle wants to expand this game. He knows that Shuttle wants to play a little bit safely here. and go for that more macro style play. And now he's actually getting some Widow Mines out here, and I just heard the clickety click of one of them just then, and it is just there by that refinery. So if that oracle drifts too far over the side, it will get taken out by that. Widow Mines, of course, one-shot oracles with ease. They are the best deterrent for that kind of early oracle play. And Stuttgart now going to transfer some workers down onto that low ground. Behind this though, after getting that first oracle out, it looks like Abstract just adding on a few more gateways. Still no warp gate research yet, that's on its way though. But that is very slow, and he has only a few workers down here. 9 workers on his natural, 16 on his main, but he is trying to chrono out those fast upgrades, so he might try and see a Zealot timing here from Abstract. If he can get a good forward pylon in place, it could turn into quite a powerful attack. But with that investment in 2 oracles, he really needs them to do something. I mean, they haven't really been able to get off too much damage. They did take out 1 SCV, they did delay some mining time, sorry, 2 SCVs now actually, and they have killed a few units, but they've not really paid for themselves at this point. I mean, oracles are a little bit of an investment. I mean, you can see here, they cost 150, 150, but with only a few kills on each of these, and the fact that they take so long to recharge their energy to be able to even use their primary weapon, they're mostly used as good detection units more than anything else after a certain point in game, especially after Terrans start hitting kind of like a good number of Marines to be able to counter that. Looks like Shuttle actually wanted to go for a little bit of a Widow Mine drop here, but saw the cannon and decided that was a pretty bad idea, so he's going to back out now. And with 3 oracles, even if he did go for the Widow Mine drop, the cannon there is going to be able to pick it up no problem, and even the Photon Overcharge will be able to do its job as well. But it looks like Shuttle might actually swing around and try and drop the natural instead, which is going to be quite interesting, but it will be seen by the oracles as they are on their way over, and that's also going to force Abstract not to move those oracles out towards the Terran base, and Shuttle is going to see the 3rd base having been set up here, so he does know that that is on the way. Abstract actually making use of the Revelation ability there to mark that medevac, so he knows exactly where it's going to be at all times for at least another 60 seconds. But meanwhile though, Shuttle got this nice strong defense at his base. He's got the 3 bunkers up, he's got the starport on the reactor now, he's going to start getting the medevacs, and he's got his first 3 racks up and running, so he's going to start going more into Marauder production now, and he's going to start thinking about applying pressure towards Abstract. I mean, he has got the supply advantage right now, but Abstract going very quickly for that Templar Archives. If he can get Psionic Storm out quickly enough, then he's going to be able to absolutely tear apart the Terran Bioforce with some really well placed storms, provided that he's able to micro them well enough to do so. Shuttle, of course, may well be able to dodge all of them and have those storms completely whiff. But it looks like he's going to go for a little bit of a push out across the map with these Marines. No combat shield yet, but it will be finished by the time they get there. And they are going to arrive with +1 weapons, as that is literally just finishing up as well, coming up in 3 seconds pretty much. So there goes that +1 upgrade. Combat shield literally only seconds behind, giving them all that extra 10 HP that they need. And he was probably going to be able to deny this 3rd base right now. As far as Abstract is concerned, he's only got these Zealots and these Oracles here, so it's really dependent on exactly how much he thinks he can really do with those. I mean, because he's going to need to micro the Oracles very carefully, because they are paper thin, he can't really afford to lose them. But with the 2 Widow Mines there, he loses 2 of the Oracles straight away, and the 3rd one is reduced to almost no HP at all. And they are pretty much forced to pull their army back. I think he was relying a little bit on those Oracles to deal with those Marines, but Shuttle's Widow Mine placement there, absolutely brilliant, being able to completely stop that in its tracks and forcing Abstract to back away. And now, despite the fact these units have the Revelation on them, despite the fact that Abstract knows exactly where they are, he could probably still pressure this 3rd base quite well. Though there are a lot of Zealots here for Abstract, and it could be a little bit of a difficult challenge. You'd have to be very careful with the stims. But it looks like Shuttle's not going to do it this time. He's just going to stay back at this point and wait until Revelation wears off, and then start thinking about repression. But his army is actually very split up at the moment. That's not a good position to be in, because if this army engages, he really needs to be with the entirety of his force right now. He's going to lose a Marauder here, forced to stim and pull back. But actually, Abstract getting a couple of nice force fields down here. Shuttle being able to micro around them, though, is going to pick up a few kills, and Abstract actually taking a supply lead now, 119 to 142, and Shuttle actually going to charge a little bit recklessly back in there to try and kill some more of those Zealots. Does get a few, but loses, I think, a little bit more of his own units there than he managed to kill of Abstract's. So perhaps not the best play here, but Abstract now 135 supply to 107, got a little bit ahead there, starting to get out a few immortals as well. Meanwhile, Shuttle actually gone for a pretty big drop here, picking up that entire army and bringing it in, taking out so many of these pylons. And man, so Abstract so supplyable right now. If he can snipe that as the Forge as well, which he does, he manages to cancel that upgrade and is going to be able to get out of there really quickly. But man, he took out so many pylons there, and that is supply blocked Abstract quite badly, as well as taking out that Forge, which is really going to prevent him from getting those upgrades until the next two Forges are finished here. So that's actually quite a big setback here for Abstract. I mean, his zealots already are on 200, so he does have those extra armor upgrades. But of course, Shuttle here is on his 1-1, working on his 2-2 now, getting those twin upgrades simultaneously, and really starting to build back in, macro up his force once again, and is going to throw down that fourth command center, as he does have the third now in position. So Shuttle going to start getting a little bit ahead in terms of macro, because of course he knows that Abstract has had this third base for quite a while, so he's going to be able to take. He's going to try and take a fourth base straight away here, and try and get a base ahead at this point. Abstract, though, currently got a pretty impressive supply lead, and he does have a lot of these charge lots on the field that have those really good armor upgrades. And if he can keep the Archons alive, they're going to do a lot of good work against that Bioforce. And he has got his Templars here. No Storm yet for these guys, so these probably want to be morphed into the Archon straight away, as no Storm being researched. But Shuttle already adding on Ghosts of his own, switching a little bit into Hellbat as well, maybe to deal with that Zealot composition that he can see Abstract going for there, as Hellbats do monstrous amounts of damage to Zealots. But it looks like definitely like Abstract wants to make something happen here. He's taking a fourth base on the back of this attack, and he is going to move around and try and kill this third base for Shuttle. And if he can do so, then he's going to put a lot of hurting on Shuttle's economy, and he does force the lift off. But there's only a few units here that can shoot up, so this command center is probably going to survive, and those Ghosts are sniping those High Templars, forcing that mass recoil. So he does do a little bit of damage to this base, but not nearly enough. Only really stops it mining for at best a few seconds. So maybe 20 seconds lost mining time, and he'll soon get these back onto mining. Actually, no, pulling the SCVs with the army. I wonder if that's a little bit of a mistake of a drag there, as it looks like he's actually maybe included them inside of his control group there, which, there we go, he's seen his mistake there, and he's going to send those back now. So Shuttle maybe going to take a little bit of opportunity here, try and push back across the map. He has got a nice little force of Ghosts now. He is going to be able to use the EMPs against those Archons. But Abstract, of course, adding on the Colossi, you can see there's a lot of bio there, so he's got charge lots, he's got the Colossi now, and that's going to be very strong against that Bioforce, again, especially with the Archons as well. Shuttle actually wasting a couple of medevacs there. I wonder if that was a little bit of a misclick, as really didn't want to lose those, but he does have a lot of Hellbats now in this composition, which are going to be very useful to soak up a lot of those Zealots. And that's going to be very important, especially against Abstract's mostly Zealot-based composition here. I mean, Zealot Archon Colossus is quite a strong build, but if Shuttle can get enough Hellbats out, then they will be able to tank all of those Zealots very efficiently, and then all he has to really worry about is these Colossi. But it looks like he does actually whiff the scans there, not seeing the army, and these guys are actually going to end up in a base trade situation. Abstract electing not to carry on with that attack, going to come back, wants to try and save this fourth base, but going to get there just a little bit too late as Shuttle pulls back at that point. Though he is going to take a little force down and around to that third location. But Shuttle definitely needs to start thinking about adding in some Vikings though, especially as he's got to be seeing those Colossi. He needs to know those Colossi there, he needs to start adding on Vikings, otherwise he could lose a lot of his Bioforce to some very nasty Colossus attacks here. But he does manage to snipe the third with that Marauder attack, and is going to get in here and do a little bit of damage. He has got one Marine chipping away at that gateway, and is going to execute a drop in the back here. Abstract pulling probes, desperately trying to deal with this. Meanwhile, attacking into the third base for Shuttle here. Does force the lift off once again. Vikings out on the field now though to try and deal with those Colossi. And Shuttle's army in position over here, but wedged into a very tight corner, and that's not really the position that Shuttle wants to be in. A couple of those EMPs going off though, absolutely decimating the Archon shields there, making them so much weaker, and Abstract pretty much forced to mass recall here. But all these units stun locked for so long, which he's going to give this drop a lot of time to do even more damage. Shuttle so far in terms of supply now, managing to kill 23 of his opponent's workers, and obviously having denied that third base for a while as well, is pretty big here. So Shuttle finally taking a supply lead in this game, and is going to start pressing forward, it looks like. Abstract though, while he's a little bit down now, he is most definitely not out. He still has a very strong unit composition, and simply just needs to take an engagement pretty much just right. Shuttle though has added on these Vikings, and those are going to be so very important against those Colossi. If he can take the Colossi with those Vikings very quickly, then this becomes an entirely different game. And in fact, he actually manages to snipe the Mothership core straight up, so no photon overcharge here, and he may even be able to snipe one of those Colossi straight away, risking his Vikings a little bit there, but does manage to get the snipe, losing only one Viking in the process. And if he's careful, may be able to even snipe a second or third Colossus from this high ground advantageous position here, and he does get another Colossus. Meanwhile, this Bioforce pushing in the bottom here, and those Colossi are pretty much going to keep those Vikings pretty much going to keep those Colossi pretty much right out of this fight at the moment, as they can't really afford to engage forwards into these Vikings. He's losing them just left, right and centre, and this Bioforce so strong now, and there's the GG. Shuttle taking game number 3 here, going to 2-1 against Abstract. Needing only one more game to take the victory there. So we're just going to take a short break, and then we'll be back for game number 4 between these two players. Game 4 between Shuttle and Abstract. So far, Shuttle is 2 for 1 here against our Protoss Abstract, and we'll be jumping into this game very soon here on Belshire Vestige, as that is the map of choice here. And it looks like we're going to see a very interesting game going on here between these two players. We do have Abstract on the top side here of Belshire Vestige in red, our Protoss player here, versus Shuttle, our Terran in blue, down here on the south side. Last game, Shuttle showing an absolutely dominating streak there against Abstract, playing him very nicely, getting again that multi-drop harass, and really being able to press home an advantage even from a weaker position, even when Abstract was ahead of him in terms of supply. So it'll be interesting to see exactly what he does in this particular game. Not quite going for the, actually placing the supply depot at the front this time, a little bit different than normal, as he has a tendency to try and place it in between the gas, as we've seen in the previous games there. But it's going to be interesting to see exactly how these players match up. Abstract needs to win this one to take it through to Game 5. If Shuttle wins this, he will take the first place there. And he is actually going to be building the barracks inside his base. And the real tell here now is whether he cuts SCV production to try and get that fast gas, to go for the Reaper harass again. And this time he isn't. He's actually going to be running a slightly more standard build here. So we might probably see a 15 gas, which has become a kind of a new standard for Terran in that early game. Meanwhile, Abstract got his 9 pylon, got his 12 gate, and is now working on that assimilator straight away, as he does need it for the cybernetics core. And of course, as he builds his buildings, he can at least put his probes back on mining those minerals. So we're probably going to see a cybernetics core again straight away here. And the fact that he's taken the double gas again, it kind of tells me that Abstract wants to try the Oracle harass again in that early game. But gas having gone down now for Shuttle, and he is going to start out by building Marines, it would seem, and then maybe get an early tech lab or early reactor, depending on exactly how he feels this game should be played out. If he wants to go for the early Marauders, he'll get the tech lab and maybe get the stim. But if he goes for the fast reactor, we could start seeing some Widow Mine drops here from Shuttle, which can do so much damage to Protoss economy if they are well executed. Scouts heading out across the map though. We do have Shuttle's SCV here, going to be able to get up inside that base, no units there to stop it from doing so. Is going to see the double gas straight away and be able to have a good poke around on the inside of there. In comparison, Abstract still knows nothing about what's going on inside our Shuttle's base. No scout yet for Abstract, maybe just going to focus a little bit more on his early game here. Throwing down the Stargate again, showing it off to Shuttle, and I just think that this is a pretty big mistake here from Abstract, and I'd be so very tempted to cancel that right now, as he basically has shown off the Stargate to Shuttle. Shuttle's going to know, well fine, if you're going Stargate, I'm going to expand behind this, I can get just extra Marines out, I can throw down the engineering bay, or even get the factory, place Widow Mines in the mineral line, and your Oracle harass is going to do nothing to me. So I really do feel like Abstract should be cancelling this right now and perhaps replacing it with a robotics bay instead, or maybe even something like a Twilight Council, and instead trying something like Blink and going for maybe a little bit of Blink Stalker all in. But no, once again he is going for that Oracle harass, and Shuttle just going to start getting his Marines out. He's getting the bunker down at the front, already on 4 Marines, going to get a couple more, and once his Widow Mines come out, he's going to be pretty much safe as anything, because he can put the Widow Mines right in the mineral line, put one over here, and put one over here, and no Oracle is going to be able to do any damage to his defenses. And he is actually getting the starport as well, so it does look like it's going to be a Widow Mine drop situation here, or maybe playing into the faster drops. Shuttle actually pulling his Marines back here, so it looks like it's going to be 6 Marines, a Widow, and a Widow Mine at least. And moving his Marines actually slightly into position, expecting that first Oracle to be incoming as it wends on its merry way over. Just it does actually check the 2 Zelnaga watchtowers, make sure that there's no Marines there. And Abstract's probably going to poke forward with this and try and get into that main there. Though if he gets into the natural, he might still be able to cause a little bit of damage. There are no defenses here yet, except for that bunker, and he could get around the side of that, but he actually does drift a little bit too close there. And these 6 Marines are going to move down straight away into position and do so much damage to that Oracle. It is forced to back away straight away. Shuttle preparing for that almost perfectly. Meanwhile, his scouting SCV is going to come up here and see that Abstract has once again got that Nexus down, and may even be able to get in and start seeing the Forge there, get the research path that he's going there, and maybe even see the Twilight Council. But no, the SCV just having a little bit of a run about here, making sure there's no third base. Doesn't yet know about the Twilight Council. Abstract's Oracle forced to retreat home there. Shuttle doing a very nice defense there. He has got his Widow Mines out and about now, I believe. One down here for his natural. Does he have one in the main as well? Doesn't look like it, and it looks like he is actually wanting to execute a bit of a drop here. He has loaded that medevac up full of Marines and will be looking to deal some damage with that. And he does actually ditch 2 of the Marines, does pick up 1 of the Widow Mines, but he needs to be careful here because he might get spotted by this probe. It is setting up a proxy pylon here, and with it being right at the edge there, if that proxy pylon finishes in time, he will spot the drop, and in fact the probe spots the drop in its own right. Shuttle just boosting forwards and then deciding, nope, there's no point here, that drop's been spotted, I may as well not bother with that. But he does manage to force the cancel on that proxy pylon. And then he does throw down the scan here in the main, looking to see if there is going to be a turret set up very quickly, I'd imagine. And does see that there are 2 oracles here, so these will be able to help detect any Widow Mine drops that are done. And Shudder deciding actually he's going to carry on with this, and behind this, reconfiguring his buildings, moving over to the double tech lab, getting the 3 racks there, 2 tech labs straight away, automatically stunning stim, combat shield, and we'll probably start getting the reactor again on his starport in just a minute. He uses to produce a few medevacs while he waits for the reactor on that factory to finish. In the meantime though, executing that nice little drop there. The Widow Mine looks like it's actually been taken out very quickly here by those oracles, not letting it burrow in time. Lost a few Marines as well, but did manage to kill 1 worker here, so not really the most cost efficient of drops, especially seeing as he's now lost 4 units here to Abstract. And with the photon overcharge, he might lose more as that medevac is getting lower and lower. He really wants to make something happen with that drop though. But behind this, he is actually starting to produce a lot of Marines and Marauders, and he's got the starport up now, and he's going to be producing all of those medevacs. But we do have Abstract here adding on so many more gateways here, and he does have that Zealot charge. He does have the +1 armor upgrade already, and the Twilight, the Templar Archives is just finishing up now as well, just back of the base here. So we may even see Storm on the way, or perhaps straight into Archons. Abstract here seeming to favour that heavy Zealot Archon combination. And I'm just wondering whether or not Shuttle will read into this again and start thinking about getting Hellbats a little bit earlier. But Abstract looking like he wants to make a little bit of a push out across the map. He has the 3 oracles. They can kick out a lot of damage on their own there. I mean, their repulsor beam here, 25 damage versus light, absolutely tears apart those Marines. And even so, 15 damage versus Marauders is still pretty good on their cycle there, because they do have a pretty short weapon speed, 0.86. But it definitely looks like he wants to make a move. He is marching across, and I agree with the idea that he should try and put a little bit of pressure on here instead of letting Shuttle put on all the pressure. But I think this is a really poor time to do so. I mean, he has no idea where Shuttle's army is really, and he's warping in these units at his proxy pylon. But he's putting himself at a little bit of a risk, whereas Shuttle, of course, can scan at any time, pick up on where the army is. But he will know now, thanks to that pylon right there, being able to see this force moving over. The real question here, of course, is whether or not Abstract decides to go back or assault the base, and it looks like he is actually going to assault the base. No units in these bunkers means that he is going to have free reign to come in, and Shuttle is going to steam on in behind this army, and it's whether or not he can do any damage here. I mean, he may be able to pick off some of these expensive units for the Protoss. I mean, if he can get the Archons, that's going to be a pretty big victory in its own right, though he does have to pull the SCVs there to help clean this up. Though he has done so much damage here, actually equalizing their supply somewhat, and it's remaining slightly ahead, 88 to 80 right now, in favour of Shuttle. And he is going to start moving across the map, and if you can take that Archon as well, and gets the proxy pylon, Shuttle just really cleaning that up so effectively. Storm though on the way now for Abstract, and I think he's decided that it's going to be a worthwhile upgrade here, especially against this Terran biocomposition. I mean, if he can land perfect storms, he will do a lot of damage, but he needs to be careful with these 3 oracles. He's going to lose a couple of them right there. He does cast a revelation, but one of them does get sniped out by those Marines. Clever use of the revelation though, lets him know exactly where that bioforce is at all times, but the scan goes down here and he's going to see that there's almost nothing available. And actually, Shuttle looking to plant a command center here A mana command center. Oh my. Does snipe the Nexus at the natural there, stimming and microing backwards against all these units, but the storms do go down, dealing massive damage. He does manage to get the pickup though, and he may actually have to cancel this command center that he's building here, and he does actually get the cancel on that, very sharpish. But wow, trying to build a mana command center. Oh, Shuttle, what are you like? Needs to get a little bit of health back on these units though. Those Protoss Storms doing a lot of damage, and actually a nice force of Zealots here getting in and causing a little bit of damage here to Shuttle's economy, managing to kill 28 workers so far. That's actually a pretty huge number of workers killed, but he's going to find that proxy pylon now and be able to clean that up very, very quickly. Actually supply blocking Abstract a little bit there, 106 over 98, so Abstract's going to need a couple more pylons very quickly. One Marauder there, tanking down that Zealot very, very quickly as well. But yeah, Abstract got a lot of these Zealots at the front here. Only one Templar in that mix at the moment. Not quite enough energy to storm yet, and they do need 75 energy to storm. But he could always warp in a couple more. In fact, he does have 2 there now, so he could be able to maybe get another Archon out. And Shuttle just multi-dropping all over the place, getting a very fast drop in here with these 3 units. And once again dropping inside this main, more and more Templars being warped in though. These are probably going to go straight into Archons. They're not going to have enough time to get enough energy to be able to do any kind of storm action. So he's going to try and get them straight on as those Archons. And Abstract actually calling the GG there. And Shuttle taking game number 4, leaving him 3 for 1 against his opponent in a pretty crushing victory right there, which means that Shuttle is actually our winner of this week's LaG Weekly Tournament, so he will get the $20 prize there that has been put up by Sky here for Team LaG. Though Abstract won't go away with nothing, he will actually get $5 for his time and effort for getting in that 2nd place spot. Congratulations to all the players tonight. It's been a pretty strong showing throughout the tournament. There's been a lot of good matches to watch. A lot of good matches to spectate, a lot of good matches to cast. Some of the games were very good there, and well played once again to Clarity Gaming's Shuttle. And a lot of massive props there to LaG's very own Abstract for taking one game away from him and actually making it as far as the finals. So hopefully you've enjoyed this particular tournament. It's once again been a pleasure to cast for Sky, so big shout out there to Sky. And I'm going to leave you with some music now while the last details are sorted out for the tournament before signing off. So that is the end of this particular LAG weekly tournament. We have Clarity Gaming's very own Shuttle taking home the grand prize there, $20 just for the little weekly tournament there, with LAG's own Abstract being able to pick up the second place prize of $5. Massive congratulations to every player that took part this week. You all deserve the congratulations and props for having the guts to go ahead and take part in a little tournament, even if you think you're not capable of doing so. It's nice to see when players try. Other shoutouts have to go, of course, to Coldflame for getting to the semi-finals, and for every other player that did manage to make it as far as the semi-finals, of course. Zmelli would be a good one to list there, as well as Virtuous Brinker, Oma, X, who got all the way through to the quarterfinals as well, and basically everybody that took part. Massive congratulations to all of you there. It's been a really good tournament to cast, though the numbers could have been perhaps a little bit better. So remember, next time when you sign up, make sure you check in, as the bigger the tournament, the better the fun, as we get more players, get to watch more games, and have a good time all round. If you enjoyed this particular cast, make sure that you subscribe to my Twitch channel. Click on that happy little follow button, and that way you'll get updates on when I'm casting again, so you'll know the next time that I'm doing one of the LAG weekly tournaments, or whether it's another tournament that I'm casting at the time. I also do replay casting from time to time as well. You can also follow me for updates as at Daelach on Twitter. That's DAELACH. So if you follow me on there, you'll also get updates on when I'm casting, also when I'm streaming as well. And you can find out about just exactly what's going on with that. And this replay, the VODs, are usually going to be cross-posted to YouTube, so you can also go and check them out at YouTube as youtube.com/Daelach. Again, that's DAELACH. So once again, huge shout out to all the players there. Congratulations again to Abstract and Shuttle for making it through to the finals. I hope you have all enjoyed this. I hope you all enjoy this tournament as much as I enjoy casting it. And Abstract actually asking me there to give a little bit of a shout out to Twitch TV Abstract there. So if you want to go and follow him and see how he does in his own streaming, go and check that out. But in the interim time, this is Daelach signing off. I hope you've enjoyed this. It's been a pleasure once again. Hasta lasagna.